Administration in modern history has done more to confront the plight of persecuted Christians around the world than we have. With us, it's a mission. It's actually a mission. On Christmas Day, in close coordination with the government of Nigeria, we worked with them, but they got to get tougher. I ordered powerful airstrikes to decimate the ISIS terrorists who have been slaughtering Christians in that country by the thousands. It's not even believable. We hit them so hard, they still don't know what the hell happened. And we were going to do it on a different day. I said, no, do it on Christmas, so they understand it. Remember, Christmas was, when I ran in 2015, when I announced, I said, we're going to bring back Christmas, because the word Christmas was almost gone, and we did. People use Christmas anymore. We brought back the word Christmas. They didn't want to use it, and we're using it again. But I specifically told Pete, I said, hit him on Christmas Day. Not earlier and not later, right, Pete? And man, did he hit him. So then we hit him again recently. We hit him again pretty hard. But we're honored to be joined today by the First Lady of Nigeria, who also happens to serve as a Christian pastor at the largest church in Nigeria, a very respected woman. First Lady, please, where are you? Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Very respected person, too. Thank you. I'm also working tirelessly to end dangerous conflicts and help move past ancient hatreds. In October, I ended the war in Gaza, saving hundreds of thousands of lives. It's amazing. We have peace in the Middle East, by the way. First time in 3,000 years. We have peace. There are little embers, but it's nothing much. You know, we got back the last hostage, dead hostage. We got back all the hostages now, all of them. We got the 20, but we got many, before that. But we got back the last hostage, dead hostage, and Hamas helped us get it back. It was a big statement. Now they have to disarm. Some people say they won't, but they will, and if they don't, they're going to not be around any longer. But they agreed to disarm. As the Bible tells us, blessed are the peacemakers. That's true. The peacemakers are very important. But you can only have peace, I find, through strength. If you don't have strength, peace is very hard. And we have strength. In 1 year, I've ended 8 raging wars, such as Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Armenia and Azerbaijan. These are all wars that were, President Putin called me up on Azerbaijan and Armenia. He said, I've been working 10 years to get that war. How did you do it? And I got it done. I got it done. 2 really good leaders. All they knew was fighting each other. They were fighting each other for many years. That's all they knew. And we got it worked out pretty quickly. A few months ago, right here in Washington, we signed a historic peace agreement between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, which provides the first ever pathway to peace to end a 30-year, unbelievably violent conflict. And we're joined today by a very, very brave and wonderful man, the President of the Congo, President. President, would you stand up, please? You are so... President, thank you. And you really are. You're a brave man. I know what you've been through. I know that one very well. That was a hard one. That was many, many years. And it's working out okay. Nothing's easy. Every once in a while I have to call them both back, but it's working out okay. It's going to work out good. But you are brave, and we appreciate you being here. Great honor. Great honor. Good guy. Together, he and I have also signed the largest minerals deal in U.S.-Africa history. And, Congo has magnificent land. It's incredible land, and he's doing very well with it, so we appreciate it. But we've signed the largest deal with some of our big companies, and they're going in So thank you very much, Mr. President, and you call me for anything, right? Thank you. And just in closing, scriptures always tell us that blessed are the pure in heart. I don't know if that applies to me necessarily. I'm not so sure. I don't know, Paula, does that apply to me? I'm not sure. I try. But we're joined this morning by two incredible young American patriots and believers who show that, you know, that's so true. Last summer, Emma Foltz and London Smith were both camp counselors at Camp Mystic, the Christian girls' camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. On that fateful night, 20 inches of rain fell in a matter of minutes. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And the river rose 20 feet in literally 30 minutes, leaving utter devastation and destruction. Emma bravely helped lead 14 precious little girls to safety. And London, seeing the water rise, gathered with other girls at the top of their building and prayed. They just prayed and prayed. And as they prayed, the water miraculously stopped rising. Just a few inches from their feet, it was going to overwhelm them. Anybody in the cabins were gone. Anybody in the cabins were gone. Who would have known? They thought the cabins were the safe place to be. It wasn't. Then the water began to retreat, and many hours later they were finally rescued. As you know, many young people died that night. When asked what she hopes others to take away from her story, London said, "This life is not promised. Our breath every minute is not guaranteed. Because of that, we shouldn't take life for granted, and we should just live it well." I mean, it was just an amazing statement. I saw her make the statement. Young girl making that statement. Incredible, actually. Very complex statement. Smart, but true. London, I know exactly what you mean, and I want to thank you both for being here and your remarkable, incredible courage. It's been really amazing. And if you could at least stand, you know, I said, "Would you like to speak?" And they said, "Well, we're a little shy, but you know what? You may be shy, but you're very brave. Would you please stand?" I went to the camp a few days after the flood. It's with First Lady, and it was devastating. I met parents. It was just, this could be nothing worse than that. It was a horrible, horrible moment. Almost 250 years after our founding fathers took one of the greatest leaps of faith in human history, the story of Emma and London shows us that faith of the American people remains unbroken. Actually became stronger than ever. And it reminds us that prayers strengthen, prayers heal, prayer empowers, and prayer saves. Quite simply, prayer is America's superpower. It really is a superpower. And it always has been, and it always will be. And I have no doubt that with the love, devotion, and patriotism of the people in this room and our friends from all over the world, some great ones right here, we can make our country and the world a safer, stronger, more peaceful, and more faithful place than ever before. And it's all happening right before your very eyes. And I want to, again, thank you. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you, everybody, very much. Thank you.
And that's President Trump there speaking at the National Prayer Breakfast in Washington, D.C. about the rise of faith in the U.S. and plans to rededicate America as one nation under God. The president there saying faith and religion are needed for a country to be great. And next in news, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff provided an update from Pete's talks in Abu Dhabi today. He said delegations from the US, Ukraine, and Russia have agreed to a prisoners exchange involving 314 individuals. Russia's defense ministry released a short video showing a group of uniformed men getting on a bus. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky also shared on social media that Ukraine has secured the release of 157 people held by Russia, including soldiers, officers, and civilians. Most had been in captivity since 2022. Zelensky said it's the first exchange in 5 months. And Witkoff said talks will continue with further progress expected in the coming weeks. Meanwhile, Zelensky addressed the ongoing human cost of the conflict. He reported that 55,000 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed since the start of the Russian invasion. And the Kremlin says Russia will maintain a responsible approach to nuclear stability. That comes as the last nuclear arms control treaty with the United States expires. A Kremlin spokesman said the New START treaty officially ends today. The agreement limited missiles, launchers, and strategic nuclear warheads. The spokesman said Russia's next steps will depend on how events unfold, adding that Russia will act in line with its national interests. The search for NBC anchor Savannah Guthrie's 84-year-old mother continues. The family now speaking directly to whomever may be holding Nancy Guthrie. Here's the latest.
Today's Show co-anchor Savannah Guthrie posted a video message yesterday addressing anyone who might be holding her elderly mother.
Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. Our mom is our heart and our home. She is 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile.
Nancy Guthrie disappeared from her Arizona home several days ago. In the message posted to Instagram, the NBC co-host spoke to the potential captors directly.
As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk.
Savannah, who appeared with her brother and sister, said the family had heard media reports of a ransom note, but said it was an age in which such material can be faked.
We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please, reach out to us.
The siblings spoke directly to their missing mother, calling her their beacon.
Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you.
Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you.
President Trump said he spoke with Savannah Guthrie yesterday. In a Truth Social post, the president said he's directing all federal law enforcement to be at the family's and local police department's disposal. Nancy Guthrie was last seen on January 31st when she was dropped off at her home by relatives after having dinner with them. Authorities say she was reported missing the following afternoon. Police have cordoned off her home. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos told CBS that Nancy Guthrie could not have walked away from her home and that he believed she was abducted. He told reporters this was not dementia-related and that the elderly Guthrie is as sharp as a tack. He noted Guthrie had limited mobility and she was taking medication daily. As of now, no suspect has been identified.
And here at NTD, our thoughts and prayers are with the Guthrie family at this very difficult time. Next, an Arizona Department of Public Safety helicopter crashed last night, killing both the pilot and a trooper on board. The aircraft went down as it was assisting officers responding to an active shooter. The names of the trooper and pilot have not been released. The FAA said the helicopter crashed near Flagstaff. The agency said it would assist the National Transportation Safety Board in the crash investigation. The air rescue unit is trained for various missions, including mountain and water rescues. The Flagstaff Police Department said the suspect in the shooting suffered non-fatal gunshot wounds and was taken into custody. No one else was injured. Next, President Trump attending the National Prayer Breakfast today. The annual event focused on faith and fellowship across political lines. It's been attended by every president since Dwight D. Eisenhower. Trump says he's been here just about every time, and he joked he didn't have the courage to turn it down. Here's some sound.
And last time I came, I got in at 4 a.m. They said, "Sir, you're going to be speaking at 7." I said, "Really? Oh, that's wonderful." I said, "Where?" "National Prayer Breakfast." I said, "I'll be there." I'm afraid not to be. I need all the help I can get. Because last time I was having a lot of fun. We had a big crowd. We had 60,000 people, and I'm talking about the fact that I will never make it to heaven. I will never, ever. And I was being funny. I was trying to be, you can't be sarcastic with them because they write your words, and they don't. The people who are reading the words are much different. But I said, I'm never going to make it to heaven. I just don't think I qualify. I don't think there's a thing I can do. All of these good things I'm doing, including for religion. Religion's back now hotter than ever before.
The president criticized Democrats on faith, saying he doesn't know how a person of faith could vote for a Democrat. That's his opinion there. Trump also brought up voter ID, saying the issue polls very high among Democrats too, but that leaders don't want to approve it. The president touted his administration's success on investment and energy and defended Kristi Noem amid calls for her firing.
Today, I did the Super Bowl interview. "Sir, are you going to relieve Kristi Noem of her duties?" "No." "Oh." I said, "Why would I do that? We have the strongest border in the history of our country. We have the best crime numbers we've ever had, going back to the year 1900. That's 125 years. So we're having tremendous success. We have more investment being made in our country now than any country has ever had by many times. You go back 10 years, a certain country, not us, $3 trillion. We have in 11 months, because the 12th month is coming out next week, we have $18 trillion of investment coming in. The biggest ever was 3 many years ago. And one of the reasons for it is Secretaries Doug Burgum and Doug Collins. They are drilling like, my whole thing was drill, baby, drill. Where are they sitting?
Trump also said religion is coming back to the United States. The president mentioned that in 2025, more Bibles were sold in the U.S. than at any time in the last 100 years. The president also announced that the Department of Education is officially issuing its new guidance to protect the right to prayer in public schools. And President Trump opted not to choose between Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio for the 2028 election. He was asked who he would endorse on NBC News.
Well, I don't want to get into this. We have 3 years to go. I don't want to, I have 2 people that are doing a great job. I don't want to have an argument with, I don't want to use the word fight. It wouldn't be a fight. But look, JD is fantastic and Marco is fantastic.
Rubio has been active on multiple fronts since joining the second Trump administration. The Secretary of State was also appointed acting head of USAID and National Security Advisor last year. Panama's president said his country would not renew its Belt and Road Initiative agreement with China after a meeting with Rubio. Rubio had called on the country to address the Chinese Communist Party's influence in the region. Vance, meanwhile, cast a tie-breaking vote to block Democrats from restricting Trump's ability to continue military action in Venezuela. The vice president has also emerged as a prominent defender and advocate of the administration's America First agenda. And the vice president arrived in Milan with his family today ahead of the Winter Olympics opening ceremony. Vance greeted U.S. athletes, offering some words of encouragement.
Democrat, Republican, Independent, we're all rooting for you and we're cheering for you, and we know you're going to make us proud. So thank you all and hope you guys have fun.
Vance is leading a delegation that includes his wife, Usha Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and several former Olympic champions. The vice president is scheduled to attend the opening ceremony of the Milano Cortina Winter Games tomorrow. After Italy, Vance is set to head to Armenia and Azerbaijan. President Trump has tapped the vice president to build on a peace deal aimed at ending 4 decades of conflict between the two countries. And Italy has foiled a series of cyber attacks targeting some of its foreign ministry offices. The country's foreign minister said the attacks targeted a Washington, D.C. office, Winter Olympics websites, and hotels in Cortina. Talking to reporters during a trip to Washington yesterday, the foreign minister said Russian hackers were behind the attempted attacks. He declined to provide additional details. Italian authorities are ramping up security as global leaders are set to attend the Olympics opening ceremony tomorrow. Ahead of the opening ceremony, the Winter Olympics were already underway yesterday with the first curling matches in Cortina. And former Vice President Kamala Harris has announced a new online organizing effort. It's called Headquarters. She says it'll go beyond campaign season. Harris is launching her Kamala HQ accounts on X and TikTok and rebranding them as Headquarters. The group People for the American Way is partnering with for the project. Organizers say they plan to expand to other social media platforms too. And Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent is now testifying for the second day on the U.S. economy, this time before a Senate committee. Let's tune in.
And President Trump has had to fill that hole. As a matter of fact, we've seen some of the strongest GDP growth that we've seen in decades.
We've seen strong GDP growth in spite of many, but not all, of the members on the right, or my right side of the room, voting for the longest government shutdown in history. Despite that, we have seen extremely strong economic growth.
And if you look at the success, and this doesn't get a lot of attention, but let's make sure that it gets more today. If you look at the success of the Working Families Tax Cut bill, for those folks in blue-collar America, for the folks who are working every single day, sometimes 2 jobs, trying to make sure that their ends meet, when they look at sitting down at the kitchen table, wondering if anyone is paying attention in Washington to the suffering and the challenges around the country in their household, the answer today is absolutely, positively, unequivocally yes. We know that because in the Working Families Tax Cut bill, we saw tips. If you earn tips in America, your taxes went down significantly. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, sir. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans for American-made cars, and every Democrat voted against that and in favor of the largest tax hike in history.
Now, on top of that, because we understand that raising children have never been more expensive, and frankly, if you looked at the attempt of my friends on the left on child care, some of their proposals would have taken child care from average of $15,300 to $29,000 in some of the estimates given by their bill that they wanted to get passed under President Biden. We actually increased the child tax credit to $2,250, $2,200, right? $2,200. So when you compare the two economies and compare the two levels of leadership that we're seeing in great contrast, back-to-back leadership, there's no question that if you're looking for someone focusing on working class Americans, undeniably, that would be the Trump economy and the Trump administration.
Mr. Chairman, during Joe Biden's tenure, CPI was 4.7% on an annualized basis. Cumulative CPI was 21.5%. There was a loss of real purchasing power for working families. Thus far, we've seen an increase in real wages. CPI for 2025 was 2.7%, and we have seen it fall for the past 3 months to 2.1%. And there is an index called Trueflation, which is observed inflation, not measured inflation, which comes with a lag, that just fell below 1%.
Wow. I only have a minute left. I'm holding everyone to the same standard, including myself. So here's my probably not my last question, but I'm getting close to the end. When inflation in 2021 hit 9%, bad or good for the American economy?
Terrible. Terrible for the American economy, terrible for the American people.
Number two, when President Trump has been able to keep inflation under 3%, still heading towards our goal of 2%, much, much better for our economy. And as a result, interest rates have been able to come down consistently.
Yes, we've seen the interest rates come down this year, and the 10-year U.S. Treasury had its best year since 2020, when the bond markets and our G7 colleagues actually had rate hikes. We had rate decreases.
I only have 10 seconds. At the end of the day, home ownership and affordability is more likely now in the Trump economy than it ever would have been under the Biden economy. Ranking member?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for a solid year while he ran for president, Donald Trump promised pretty much every day that he was going to lower costs on day one, if he was elected. Those were his words, not mine. So Secretary Bessent, you are one of the president's top economic advisors. Let's just start with a little truth-telling about the Trump economy 1 year in. Affordability is the top concern for Americans across the country. Donald Trump has called affordability, I want to get this right, a hoax. He's called it a scam. He's called it a con job. You're the Secretary of Treasury. You know the numbers. Is affordability a hoax, a scam, or a con job?
Senator, it may be a bit nuanced for you, but what President Trump is referring to is the media saying that the affordability crisis was generated by this administration when it was you and President Biden who destroyed the buying power of the American people. So there is an affordability crisis, and you were front and center in it.
So let me make sure that I understand. Donald Trump is not saying that affordability, what's happening to families right now, is a hoax?
He is saying that trying to lay the blame at this administration rather than the Biden-Warren economy is a hoax.
Okay, so it all happened before he got it. And everything that's happened since then, nothing is a hoax here.
21.5% cumulative inflation.
Let me just ask about what's happened in the 1 year that Donald Trump has been president. Last week, President Trump said, quote, "We have the groceries going down." Did grocery prices drop in 2025?
Numerous prices have.
Did grocery prices drop in 2025?
Numerous grocery prices have gone down.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you can't hear me. Did grocery prices drop in 2025?
Numerous grocery prices have gone down.
Some of them.
And in fact, we have seen inflation at 2.1% for the past 3 months.
Have you seen the Bureau of Labor Statistics, that is Donald Trump's own Bureau of Labor Statistics numbers, that report that grocery prices were 2.4% higher at the end of 2025 than they were at the end of 2024. Trump's own Department of Agriculture has projected that those prices would climb higher in 2026. And under Donald Trump, families are paying more and more for groceries. So if you're just going to insult people by denying the facts that are out there and tell people they're doing great when they're struggling, I think that's just another way to say you don't have a plan to bring down these prices. You're not willing to admit the failures of the Trump administration.
Senator.
I will ask you a question in just a sec here. It's not just groceries. The numbers from Trump's own economic agency show that Americans are paying more for utility bills, more for health care, more for housing construction. Families aren't fooled by these lies. Mr. Secretary, you owe it to American families to own up what's going on. And Secretary Bessent, I have one more question for you while I have you here. You ran the search for Donald Trump's Fed chair nominee. And Trump promised, quote, "Anyone that disagrees with me will never be Fed chairman." Kevin Warsh got the nod last Friday. And then over the weekend, Donald Trump joked that he would sue Mr. Warsh if he failed to lower interest rates. At least I think it was a joke. But just in case, this should be an easy one, Mr. Secretary. Can you commit right here and now that Trump's Fed nominee, Kevin Warsh, will not be sued, will not be investigated by the Department of Justice if he doesn't cut interest rates exactly the way that Donald Trump wants?
That is up to the president. Can you commit that you will?
I'm sorry.
Can you commit that you will not hold
he
hold
won't
up?
Be sued if he doesn't drop interest rates.
Can you?
And he won't be criminally investigated.
The president also made a joke about you that I won't repeat, Senator Warren.
That was the
Oh, actually,
easy
I will.
one.
He said he had reservations.
If this was a joke, why not just say so?
It was a joke, and he made a joke about you too, Senator Warren.
Yes,
got
he
a
did.
lot of laughs. Got a lot of laughs.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to respond to that.
I do want to
What I
respond.
can't
I don't
tell you
think
to
the American
is
people
Mr.
are
Warsh
laughing.
is highly qualified.
They're the ones who are
and
struggling
why
with
don't you
affordability.
why don't you tell the nation what you told me, that you held up Chair Powell's
Secretary,
renomination?
We're going to move on to the next one. Senator Rounds, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, first of all, thanks for being here and for your service to our nation. I'm going to come back in and talk a little bit on the technical side for just a minute. The FSOC's 2025 annual report recommends that its member agencies use the Council's Artificial Intelligence Working Group to identify regulatory impediments to the responsible adoption of AI by financial institutions. From your perspective, what are the biggest impediments today that prevent banks from adopting AI responsibly, especially for compliance, fraud detection, and risk management?
Well, as you know, AI is an exciting and new technology, and there's a great amount of learning to do here. So FSOC, Treasury, the regulatory agencies are working with our private partners to implement in a gradual way robust usage of AI. AI can be a great tool, but AI, we have to also think that AI can be a risk through state and non-state actors. So it is a public-private partnership, and we are pushing very hard across the agencies and at Treasury.
FSOC's report also recognizes that overly complex and subjective supervision, like reliance on vague concepts, such as reputational risk, as you mentioned in your opening statement, restricts valuable activities. Given FSOC's push for clearer standards and responsible AI adoption, would a time-limited AI sandbox for financial institutions with clear guardrails help firms test AI tools in a controlled setting while regulators evaluate risks and benefits?
Senator, that is clearly the one very interesting option, and we are considering that moving forward. We'd be happy to work with your staff on that.
I feel very passionate about that part of it. I would look forward to working with your team as well, sir. I'm also just curious. We've talked now, and the discussion will go on and on about how we build the economy and so forth. But I think just for the American public, since they probably don't get an opportunity to just have a back and forth with the Secretary of the Treasury very often, let's talk a little bit about how we really reduce the price of getting a home for an American family. I think a lot of it has to do with bringing down the interest rates that charge in the 30-year mortgage. Can you share with us a little bit, we talked about treasuries, and you mentioned that the rate of treasuries, the cost of treasuries is coming down. Can you share a little bit about what it takes to bring down the price of treasuries with regard to the growth of GDP? And when treasury rates come down, what that does for an average American home buyer who's looking at a 30-year mortgage?
Well, I'd be glad to, Senator, because President Trump is focused on Main Street and not Harvard Square. So a mortgage rate is two components. We could say that it is a derivative of the 10-year, but it's really a 7.5-year. And we have seen that decline. And then it is the spread between the 10-year bond and the actual mortgage security. And we have seen that is at multi-year lows. So what we saw in January was the lowest mortgage rates in almost 3 years.
We've got $37 trillion in debt. a lot of the folks back out there saying if you've got that much debt and you're paying interest on it, that competes with folks that want to loan you money on a mortgage. Can you talk about what it means to build GDP and how someone who is looking at laying out bonds and so forth as you build GDP, what that does and how that impacts a homeowner?
Well, yes, because two things, sir. We brought down the fiscal deficit for the calendar year. So from 2024 to 2025, at 2024, the deficit to GDP, which is a very important number, was 6.97%, highest when we weren't at war or in a recession. We brought it down to 5.4. That was a combination of the holding spending and growing the economy. And as we continue to do that, interest rates will naturally decline, and it pushes the out inflation. What we could see from an MIT study was that the Democrats' spending was responsible for almost half of the great inflation. The overspending, according to MIT, was responsible for that and penalized American homeowners. So by controlling the budget, growing, and in a responsible way, we will bring down mortgage rates. And I would say that building costs are now down in the year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Senator Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, the President announced on January 9th, in his words, quote, effective January 20th, 2026, I, as President of the United States, am calling for a one-year cap on credit card interest rates of 10%. In remarks at the World Economic Forum in Davos, the President further said, quote, the profit margin for credit card companies now exceeds 50%. He also indicated that Americans are paying 28, 30% interest rates. You were one of his top economic advisors, Mr. Secretary. Do you support interest rate caps to improve affordability on credit?
I wholeheartedly support President Trump's policy, and I think that what you've just said would be in direct contrast to what Senator Warren said about this administration favoring the big banks. But those are facts.
Well, I don't think my statement indicates at all what Senator Warren said or meant. I wanted an answer. You gave me one. Yep. But let's look at the current situation. We already have legislation that protects service members by putting a 36% cap, not just on credit cards, but all credit relationships, and it protects them from being exploited. And as in my youth, I was a company commander and saw it firsthand. Would it make sense as a first step to provide a 36% interest rate for all Americans, not just service members?
36% doesn't seem like much protection to me, Senator.
Well, it's better than some of the things that are being presented to service members without the rates. These new plans to buy commodities, and sometimes the rates go to 500, and still today, you have entrepreneurs who are charging extraordinary rates, and particularly to vulnerable populations, which I know they don't congregate at Harvard Square, but they also don't hang out in New Haven either. So I think that would be a sound step, Mr. Secretary.
Senator, you haven't seen all of New Haven.
I haven't, but I've seen a lot of it, the parts that you might have missed. The situation at Fannie and Freddie is significant. We have significant federal interests financially in Fannie and Freddie. But under the director, Mr. Pulte, these taxpayer-owned assets are no longer in compliance with the law or with stock exchange listing standards. Pulte has appointed himself as director of both boards, even though the law says, quote, the director may not hold any office, position, or employment in Fannie or Freddie. A majority of the Fannie board has not been determined to be independent. The audit committee is no longer comprised entirely of independent members. And the committee the governance has been sacked by political affiliates. These all are prohibited by law and regulation. So how will you bring them into compliance, Mr. Secretary?
That would be FHFA, not Treasury.
Excuse me. You are one of the largest, or the taxpayers are. You provided them, Treasury did, not you personally, a $200 million billion bailout in 2008, and you have no interest in Fannie or Freddie?
I'm very interested in Fannie and Freddie, and I'm interested in fulfilling the mission to the American people to keep mortgage rates low.
What about following the laws?
So again, you should ask Director Pulte. I do not see I don't think this creates a
Well,
financial.
all right, you have nothing to do with Fannie and Freddie. Director Pulte has said that you and him are, quote, very aligned, and we meet regularly about the conservatorship. By the way, it's in conservatorship because of Secretary Paulson, your predecessor. According to Fannie and Freddie's annual reports, the companies, quote, continue to rely on financial support from Treasury pursuant to our senior preferred stock purchase agreement, under which taxpayers own 1 million preferred shares and a warrant to purchase up to 80% of their shares. Treasury staff manages those shares and warrants for the taxpayers. Your predecessor, Hank Paulson, placed these companies into conservatorship. So you have the premise or the power to place Fannie and Freddie into conservatorship. I would think that that gives you a little bit of leverage talking to Mr. Pulte about why he's not following the law. You're reneging on responsibilities, Mr. Secretary. And you're also, being the senior person here, your behavior to some of my colleagues is absolutely childish. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Good to see him.
Senator Kennedy.
Hello, Mr. Secretary. I'm over here. How are you?
Good.
Mr. Secretary, as you're also head of the IRS, we've had some tough ice storms. Would you and your colleagues consider an extension on allowing extension to allow people to file taxes a little bit later?
Senator, I've been in touch with the governor of the great state of Louisiana, and he and I and my staff are working on that. It is traditional to grant extensions for events like this.
Good. If Canada came to the United States, well, let me preface this by saying I understand that tariffs have a number of purposes, but the foremost reason for tariffs is to try to stop other countries from taking advantage of us through either their tariffs or trade barriers. If Canada, for example, came to the United States and said, we're going to zero tariffs in the United States, all of them are off on our end, would you, Mr. President, speaking to our president, go to zero tariffs and then just let Canadian companies and American companies compete on a level playing field?
Absolutely not. As we saw last week, 2 weeks ago, when Prime Minister Carney went to China, he lowered tariffs on Chinese EVs from 100% to 6%. U.S. has a 100% tariff on Chinese EVs. We couldn't let our northern border be used as a way for Chinese EVs to come into the U.S.
Right. Okay. I'm going to lead you a little bit because Senator Scott is a she-bear when it comes to time. The poverty rate, according to the Census Bureau, is 11%, isn't it, in America?
I'll take it. I'll take your word, Senator.
And that's the Census Bureau defines poverty, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that the Census Bureau, in defining poverty and determining that our poverty rate is 11% or 36 million Americans, which makes us look bad, only will consider direct cash payments from the federal government to poor people, such as, let's say, SSI payments or TANF payments?
Correct.
Okay. And isn't it true that the Census Bureau, in determining poverty, doesn't include non-cash payments? It doesn't include Medicaid or food stamps or housing subsidies or refundable tax credits. Isn't that true?
That is correct, Senator.
Yeah. Let me give you an example. Mom, 2 kids, poverty level for her and her kids is $27,000. Mom works part-time. She makes $11,000. According to our Census Bureau, she's poor. She's below the poverty line. But she also receives She works, I recall I said, makes $11,000 a year. She receives $4,100 in refundable earned income tax credits, $3,400 in refundable child tax credits, which means she gets a check, $9,200 in food stamps, $9,500 in housing subsidies, $900 in utility bill subsidies, $16,000 in Medicaid, $31,000 a year in free school lunches, and $6,000 in TANF payments. If you add that up, that's $64,100 a year, according to math.
I'll believe your arithmetic, Senator.
Okay. But using the Census Bureau's definition of poor, they don't include all these payments. They just include her income and the TANF payment. Does that make sense to you?
No, sir, and you should bring that up with the Commerce Department.
I know, but you've got influence. I know how close you and the Commerce Secretary are. I'm hoping you could bring it up with somebody above.
The president says we're opposites, and I'm tall.
I'm not going to comment on that. Would you talk to the president about this? If you include all cash and non-cash payments, the poverty rate in America is 1%.
That's a good point to end on.
Thank you, Senator.
I told you he was a she-bear.
I'm not quite sure. Senator Moreno, you and I will talk about the she-bear later. Let's go on to Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I think you would agree that the credibility of the Secretary of the Treasury is important, and I want to give you a chance to retract a statement that you made on national TV. Alex Preddy was shot 10 times and killed by federal agents in Minneapolis. The administration, some in the administration called him a, quote, domestic terrorist. You suggested that Alex Preddy was culpable in his own killing because he had a gun in his waistband holster, which he was licensed to carry. When asked, you said, quote, I'm sorry this gentleman is dead, but, and you went on to say he had a weapon, suggesting that he was culpable in his own killing. So, Mr. Secretary, today, would you like to retract that statement?
I would not. And would you like to express remorse over the death of Ashley Babbitt here in the Capitol?
Oh, I have expressed remorse over that. So I've done that, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, please don't change. So you think, I have other questions, but I actually would have expected you to take this opportunity to rephrase your response to that question. So you think the fact that he legally had a gun justified his killing?
I didn't say that at all.
You said, do you think he was culpable, partly to blame in his own killing because he had a gun?
They did not say that.
I'm asking you a question now. Do you believe he was in any way culpable for his own killing because he legally carried a gun?
Again, this is an FSOC hearing.
Yeah.
So,
but you're the Secretary of the Treasury.
Why do we talk about financial stability and oversight?
I'm happy to, Mr. Secretary, but your credibility is important. And in that response, you really, I think, let down the country because we expect honesty after that kind of terrible tragedy. Let me ask you about FSOC. I'm glad that you've all established a household resilience committee because people are being financially squeezed from every side. And I've got a whole bunch of quotes here from candidate Donald Trump on the campaign trail. Starting the day I take office, I will rapidly drive down prices and we will make America affordable again. It's interesting he used that phrase since he's been making fun of the affordability phrase recently. But I listened to your exchange with Senator Warren, and the facts show very clearly that inflation has not been eliminated, has it?
Well,
right?
It is undesirable to completely eliminate inflation. What is desirable is to get back to the Fed's 2% target. And for the past 3 months, we've been at 2.1%, Senator.
Yeah. No,
so
but
the 21.5% under the Biden administration
Now, look, Mr. I know how you're playing games. You're doing the aggregate over the Biden administration. The last few months,
and you are.
No, the number 2.7 is your own number for last year, the year of the Trump administration. So let me ask you,
and you're being a deconstructionist and saying day one.
And great. Well, I'm just reading the president's own statements.
I'm glad you all have the same talk.
Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that these statements be placed in the record.
Without objection.
All right. Look, Mr. Secretary, you used to believe that tariffs would increase inflation and prices. Isn't that true?
I wrote that in a letter to my investors, but a year before, I also wrote that I thought Senator Warren would be the Democratic presidential nominee.
Okay. But,
so my
please.
predictions have been bad.
Please.
Have been bad.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Secretary, it was January 2024. You said that increased tariffs would raise prices.
No,
right?
I said they could, and I also said it would strengthen the dollar, and the opposite has happened.
Yeah.
The prices have not gone up due to 150 years of data from the San Francisco Fed.
Mr. Secretary, you're cherry picking. You're cherry picking numbers. It is a fact that prices continue to go up.
And
I understand
that is desirable over the long term.
I understand that you said just at this hearing that building costs are down. I just want to point out for the record that the National Association of Home Builders said on January 29th, not very long ago, that costs are up. Construction costs account for about 65% of average home prices in 2024. And they say, and I'm quoting, record high for construction costs since the inception of the series in 1998. Not the Biden administration, 1998. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. 2024 number?
Senator Haggerty?
This is a number from the home builders. I'm happy to share it with you.
Thank you.
Senator Haggerty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Besson, it's always great to have you here.
Good to see you, Senator.
There's not a day that goes by that I don't get someone complimenting on the great work that you and your team are doing at the Department of Treasury. If you'd like an extra moment to respond to Senator Van Hollen, I would be more than welcome to.
No, I think he speaks for himself.
Okay. Well, Secretary, over the years, excessive and misguided regulation have distorted markets and imposed undue cost on the American people. I'm particularly concerned about this dynamic in our banking system. As you and I wrote together in the Wall Street Journal, Dodd-Frank sought to end, quote, too big to fail. But in fact, it created a regulatory environment in which community banks are, quote, too small to succeed. Policy errors have entrenched the dominance of the largest banks and made it even more difficult for community banks, which lack the market-distorting perception of being too big to fail. For smaller banks, the result has been a bloodbath. The U.S. has lost 3,600 community banks since 2010, nearly a 50% decline in the community banks in our state, in our nation. Secretary, I proposed bipartisan legislation to increase the deposit insurance limit for non-interest-bearing transaction accounts. This is not a wholesale increase in the deposit insurance limit. It's a narrow reform targeting only non-interest-bearing accounts, typically payroll accounts. How does this bill, this targeted expansion of coverage, fit into the administration's vision for supporting community banks?
Senator, as you know, I, along with you, am one of the great, and another member of this committee, they are a great advocate of this because what we have seen is depositors, investors believe that large banks have an implicit guarantee on all of their deposits during a time of crisis, during a stress event. As we saw in March of 2023, deposits flee from small banks because they are not believed to have that implicit guarantee. So if we can have an account for which small businesses, normally their payroll accounts, can deposit funds with the surety that they will be returned, then it will stop that deposit beta, allow Main Street to flourish. What we have seen since the great financial crisis, due to overregulation, 50% of community and small banks have disappeared. And that is what is harming Main Street.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary, and I think that's precisely why the National Association of Community Banks have supported my legislation and the legislation you and I wrote about in the Wall Street Journal. Last year, Mr. Secretary, President Trump signed my bill, the Genius Act, into law. Private sector estimates suggest that stablecoin adoption may reach between $1 trillion and $3 trillion by the end of this decade. As you know, the Genius Act requires stablecoins to be backed by high-quality liquid assets such as U.S. Treasuries. How does the U.S. leadership in crypto and stablecoins fit into Treasury strategy for maintaining the dollar's role in the center of the global financial system?
Well, Senator, I want to congratulate you and your colleagues, both sides of the aisle, but thank you for your leadership on this. This can be an important source of funding for the U.S. government as we push down the funding for the U.S. government that helps everyday Americans, whether it is for mortgages, or any other borrowing requirements, keeps taxes low. And we believe that with the U.S. having the safest, soundest, best practices, we can draw in new sources of funding via the stablecoin mechanism.
Mm-hmm. If you think about the impact of the passage of the Genius Act, it was a major statement in terms of keeping innovation on shore. And I'd just like to get your perspective in terms of the stability and clarity that we provided with the Genius Act and what that means for keeping innovative capacity here in America.
Well, it's innovative capacity in digital assets, and remaining the leader in that is imperative. And what we don't want to have are central bank digital assets, which we are seeing in the rest of the world. And Senator, as you and I have often discussed, we are going to see a choice between American private sector assets with our best practices in regulation, or between central bank digital assets, whether in Europe, whether in China, in the rest of the world. And I think the world is going to choose the U.S. dollar and the private sector well-regulated choice that U.S. stablecoins will provide.
Well, I couldn't agree more, and I think that underscores my sensitivity to not undoing ex post facto the good work that we did in Genius. I want to see us put in place international reciprocal regimes that work. I want to increase the demand for U.S. Treasuries as you do, and I'm going to encourage my colleagues to preserve the Genius Act, given all the hard work that went into it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good. Thank you for your leadership, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Senator Cortez Masto?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It was a question, but I want to make sure it's right.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Secretary, thank you for being here. I appreciate your opening comments and your report of the Financial Stability Oversight Council's 2025 annual report. You stated in your opening comments that the Treasury has tirelessly pursued pro-growth policies to unlock the potential available to all Americans when they are free to save, invest, build businesses, and drive their own economic destiny. So let's talk about building businesses under this administration. And this is nothing new to you because we've been talking, and I've been talking to you about this for the last year. In Nevada, travel and tourism are the backbone of our economy. Tourism makes up nearly 30% of Nevada's economy, generating $24.4 billion in total wages. This administration's blanket tariffs and insulting rhetoric towards our closest allies are damaging America's tourism economy. For instance, the U.S. saw 12 straight months of declining visitors from Canada last year. The top international market for Las Vegas, that's roughly a 20% decrease for my state. That is countless dollars, jobs that my state, we are losing, paychecks that won't go to Nevada residents, including the over 400,000 hospitality workers across the state who are dealing with this issue. So my question to you is, will you apologize for driving away visitors and hurting our working families?
A couple of things, Senator. One is the Canadian economy is doing poorly, so perhaps part of that, maybe we should deconstruct why Canadian tourism is down. And two, that it's a choice by the Canadians in terms of where they want to go. And so if you think that should we pull down all of our trade barriers with China so that 1.4 billion people can fill up the hotel rooms in Las Vegas?
So this is the data from the Commerce Department, this administration's Commerce Department on National Travel and Tourism Office, year-over-year declines in travelers from October 24th to the 25th. It's not just from Canada, it's from Germany, it's from the Netherlands, it's from Australia, it's New Zealand, it's India, it's Vietnam, it's Philippines. We are seeing under this administration a U.S. Travel Association travel forecast that is dealing with now nearly a $70 billion travel trade deficit for 2025. So how do you intend to address the tourism travel issue that we are losing money in this country because of the policies of this administration?
Is overall the occupancy in Las Vegas down, or more Americans going?
I'm talking about internationally. It's not just me. It's Florida. It's other states that are dealing with a decline in tourism. And this is my conversation with you for the last year that seems to be this administration keeps ignoring. It is a $1 trillion industry to this country, and you don't seem to think it is important. Let me talk about something else, though. You mentioned, no, I'll give you an opportunity, but you mentioned how you're trying to help my service industry. And I supported this, no tax on tips, because I think more people should keep money in their pocket. But if you're in a service industry and you don't have tourism coming and you don't have a job, doesn't really matter if your tips are taxed if you're not getting tips. There's a problem. You just have to come to my state, talk to my service industry, talk to the individuals to see. They are not feeling better. No matter how much you and this administration start talking about how wonderful this economy is, they're not seeing it. It is a problem. And I'm asking, and I think some of my colleagues as well, let's fix it. There's affordability issue in this country. And we need to address it working together. Let's solve this problem. Let's not come up with facts. Let's not tell the American public something that they don't see in their own bank account. Let's just work together to figure it out. That's all I'm asking. I'm asking you to work with us. One final thing. It's not just my service industry. It is small businesses across the country who are being squeezed. We have seen it time and time again. The tourists. Listen, the facts are there. You can debate with me the facts, but the truth of the matter is many of our small businesses are being squeezed right now, higher prices, absorbing higher costs. Some of them have had to shutter. The small businesses are the backbone of our industry. We've got to do a better job for them. I know my time is up. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
ma'am.
Guess there was no.
Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bisson, thank you for being here. I'm going to give you a breather. I got a statement to make that I don't expect you to respond to. Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to put into the record the statement of various banking committee members with respect to the testimony of Chair Powell in his last hearing here.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that's a list of members who have indicated that they did not see criminal intent in his comments here before he was in the banking committee. The reason I brought this up is I had a reporter yesterday challenge me on why it was inappropriate for a sitting member to question a pending investigation. I never do that. But I told the reporter I did it because I was actually a witness at the alleged scene of the crime. The entire case against Senator Powell is encapsulated in his answers to questions before this committee. And now, including the chair, we have witnesses at the alleged scene of the crime we're disappointed with Chair Powell. I actually like Warsh as a potential chair, but we've all said that he was testifying and we didn't see a crime. And so I'm reminded, I don't know about you all, I watch Forensic Files. I've been watching it for years. And I'm kind of thinking about the scene would go like this. In spite of 7 witnesses, eyewitnesses saying no crime was committed, the prosecutor thinks otherwise. And then you hear that music and you cut to commercial. So I do think it's fine for me, being a witness at the scene of the alleged crime, saying that we got a majority of people on this side of the aisle that didn't think a crime got committed either. If we do this sort of stuff, I believe that future hearings for the Treasury Secretary and other members will be a lot like that Chappelle skit on I Plead the Fifth. They're going to be flanked with attorneys, and any time that they think that they're in the middle of a perjury trap, they're probably just going to say, I'll submit it to the record after consultation with my attorneys. Is that really the way we want oversight to go in the future? I don't expect an answer to the question, but I did want to get that off my chest, so I gave a more fulsome answer to that reporter who asked why it was that I was opining on an active investigation. Mr. Secretary, I'm thrilled that you're in the role you're in. I think you're a steady influence. I know that I've been public about criticizing certain president's advisors. You're certainly not one of them. But I do have a question. I actually ran into Senator Warren on the floor, and I said, my goodness, Elizabeth, I call her Elizabeth when we're talking on the floor. I said, you have convinced President Trump to put artificial caps on credit card rates. Good on you. Now, I'm going to do everything I can to kill it, but good on you. I think you even talked to the president about that, right? Mr. Secretary, what would happen if we put, well, I don't know where you are on the policy, but what would happen to, let's just say one area, asset-backed securities, if we imposed artificial 10% cap on credit card interest rates? And then if you have time in the minute, it's the only question I'm going to ask you. What would it likely do for credit card issuers who are still going to have to rate for risk in terms of debanking or unbanking or reducing access to a credit? So if you could get to the first one, which has to do with asset-backed securities, if you have time, you can go to the second one. Thank you.
Yes, I think we at Treasury are still examining what it would do to the asset security market. I think it would depend on the length. The president has called for 1 year. And we would also see if they were able to cut costs. Senator, because what's happened is we've seen a migration where credit card companies used to compete on APR, or the interest rate, to rewards. And the rewards go mostly to the upper end. So again, the profitability of credit card companies doesn't have to be hit if they concentrate more on competing on rates than rewards.
And work on the spread, but there's a lot of frothiness in there if we don't get it right. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, sir. Senator Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And boy, I didn't hear Senator Kennedy this morning, but Senator, tell us, you were like out-Kennedying Kennedy today in terms of your presentation.
That's a high bar.
That's a high bar. Mr. Secretary, good to see you. No, Mr.
We will not extend to you anymore.
Mr. I got to get my, in a House move, I reclaim my time.
4 minutes and 38 seconds. Please use them.
You actually have a
all right, Mr. Secretary, I got a bunch of stuff. One of the reasons I voted for you, encouraged others, was your support for CDFIs. One of the things I'm really proud of, Senator Crapo and I had an active bipartisan CDFI caucus. And last October, oh my gosh, Senator Crapo got 105 Republican members of Congress, including 8 Republicans on this committee, to say CDFIs, it's a good program. Yet the CDFI fund at $324 million in fiscal year 25, it's now February 26, and none of these funds have been released. And I know we've talked about this. Treasury, I know, works with OMB and some difficulties there. And we're hearing from CDFIs and how this is dramatically affecting. When can we expect those funds to get released?
Senator, I can't give you an answer. OMB will decide the terms and the timing of the CDFI apportionments.
Mr. Secretary, I got to tell you, you're the Treasury Secretary. You run this program. You had 105 Republicans say we need to get the money out.
Well, Senator,
please.
unlike the Federal Reserve, I can't print magic money.
Well, you sure as heck could call the OMB director and say this is a program that you have legal authority over. It is important. Matter of fact, as we talked about, President Trump, in many ways, I know he's forgotten this, but in 2019 became the godfather of CDFIs. When in the last Trump COVID package, he put $12 billion into this program. So I urge you, please, Mr. Secretary, pick up the phone and call. I know it would be difficult. I wouldn't want to talk to the OMB director either that much, but please talk to him and see if you can get those dollars released. It is so important. And I hope the 8 of my Republican colleagues will at least say, attaboy Warner on this one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve my time back. I want to add, I know we're spending a lot, I feel like I'm in crypto hell. I know, Cynthia, I'm welcome to it, and God bless you, and you know, I think, and actually, and I really appreciate what you did on the stablecoins bill. And I think, you know, we got a lot of broad bipartisan support. At least many of us, I think all of my Republicans and many of my Democratic friends agree, we want these products built in America. Crypto's here to stay, and we need clear rules of the road. And stablecoin was simple compared to market structure. But you have, one of the things that we see in crypto, and we are working our tail off. You can please, I think the chairman and I've spent, and Cynthia and others have spent more time on this than, anyway, I'm going to use up my time. But there are a lot of issues around national security that you have unique perspectives on with FinCEN, with the Secret Service. We sure as heck don't want to take away from prosecutors some of the tools they have to go against bad guys. You know, we've got to have some area to close down some of the gaps in DeFi. And again, there's bipartisan agreement on this, but boy, we need, I think we're starting to get some of the technical assistance. But if you can just make clear that this is a real problem, and you know, we'll deal with yields and rewards, we'll deal with a host of other issues, but these national security issues around DeFi are real, and we need to not create a set of rules that leaves huge exemptions and candidly takes away some of the prosecutorial powers that exist today.
Senator, I look forward to working with you on that. We've had problems, and historically, there's problems when the technology gets ahead of the legislation. So if we can work with you on the legislation it's for both OFAC and FinCEN.
Well, we love your technical assistance, and I think, Mr. Chairman and Senator Lomas, that you will be invited to our next round robin on that, and that may be later today or tomorrow or Monday. So
good. And if you could convince some of there seems to be a nihilist group in the industry who would prefer no regulation over this very good regulation.
Amen, brother. So weigh in.
I do.
Weigh in.
Early and often, Senator.
Weigh in. One last comment. I know my time is up. No, last comment. Hey, agentic AI, we got to come back and talk about. Agentic AI, huge possibilities with AI, but we've got to be careful about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Unbelievable. Okay. Senator Lummis.
Thank you. I'm going to pursue this line of questioning. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. You've had a chance to travel the world since you took the oath of office. Is China trying to use digital assets and blockchain to build an alternative to American financial leadership?
We don't know that for sure. There are lots of rumors of Chinese digital assets that may be backed by something other than the RMB, perhaps gold-based. We haven't seen that. They have a very large sandbox in Hong Kong, and HKMA is actively traveling the world looking at different mechanisms. So I would not be surprised.
Based on what you know now, what is your opinion about the importance of having clear rules of the road, market structure legislation in the United States?
Look, I think that it's impossible to proceed without it. We have to get this Clarity Act across the finish line, and any market participants who don't want it should move to El Salvador.
So, as a industry, what is the benefit to having this industry embedded in the U.S. economy?
Well, again, as I said, that there seem to be people who want to live in the U.S. but not have rules for this important industry, and we've got to bring safe, sound, and smart practices and the oversight of the U.S. government, but also allow for the freedom that is crypto. And I think it's a balance that is being worked out. It was worked out in the Genius Act, and I'm confident with leadership of people on both sides of the aisle that we can get clarity across the line this year.
Can you see a day when conventional banks and digital asset banking are offering the same types of products, giving each an advantage to offering a broader array of financial products to the American consumer?
I think that can happen over time, and we've actually been working with small and community banks to discuss how they can be part of the digital asset revolution also.
Among the things that have challenged us in these last months is concern by community banks and big banks that the stablecoin bill, the Genius Act, and market structure could cause a bleeding of deposits from small banks. What's your reaction to that concern?
Look, I've been a champion of these small banks, and deposit volatility is very undesirable because it is the stability of those deposits that allows them to lend into their communities, ag, small business, real estate, and we will continue to work to make sure that there is no deposit volatility associated with this.
Well, as an ag borrower, I commend you on that because I have borrowed from community banks on our ag operation for decades, and we're dependent on our community banking relationships in rural America to help sustain us and grow our businesses. So I very much appreciate that. I want to switch to digital asset taxation for just a minute. So among the things that I'm exploring, and the Senate Finance Committee has a package of bills that looks really good to me on digital asset taxation. But one of them that's kind of vexing that I could use some guidance on is the issue of de minimis with regard to especially Bitcoin and other digital assets that might be used as a means of exchange. So the issue is, will it be a capital gain or will it be exempt from capital gains when it's used as a means of exchange to purchase things? And if it's going to be subject to a capital gain, how do you calculate what the capital gain is? If somebody has a blended portfolio of Bitcoin, some of which were purchased when it was $300, some of which were purchased today at $75,000, and some of which were purchased a year ago at over $100,000. How do you calculate the capital gain? Do you have some thoughts about that, or who I could consult with in your shop?
It's a very complicated subject. We'd be very happy to have our Office of Tax Policy work with your team.
I'll be over. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
We look forward to seeing you.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, would you consider food and ag to be an important part of the U.S. economy?
Extremely.
Thank you. I agree with you on that. The U.S. food and ag sector is a massive economic force, contributing over $9.5 trillion, supporting over 24 million jobs. So, Mr. Chair, what I'd like to do is to submit a letter for the record. This is a letter sent on Tuesday to the ag committees in both the House and the Senate. It's signed by 27 former and current leaders in the ag sector from all across the country. It's a very bipartisan letter. Folks from corn, pork, milk, grains, renewable fuels, Farm Bureau, former USDA officials from both Democratic and Republican administrations.
Without objection.
Thank you. Secretary Besson, as you no doubt know, and as this letter points out, farm bankruptcies have doubled. Barely half of all farms are profitable this year. The U.S. is running a historic agriculture trade deficit, which is a sharp reversal from record surpluses. And farmers are paying higher prices for everything, from healthcare to farm inputs, grocery, and utility bills. And I want to just read you a piece of this letter, which says, consider the impact of the China trade war on soybeans alone. In 2018, when the China tariffs were initially proposed, whole U.S. soybean exports represented 47% of the world market. Today, it's down to just 24.4%. The letter goes on. So, Secretary Besson, my question for you is, When can farmers expect this turbulence and this chaos to stop and input prices to begin to stabilize or at least come down for them?
Well, Senator, as you know, input prices spiked under the Biden administration. And
Secretary Bessent, when can we expect?
Again, it's market-based. And as someone who, until the end of last year, was involved in the ag sector, I can tell you it was a record harvest. So it is a problem of abundance, but costs are up. We are working to bring the costs down.
Input costs are up, I believe, Mr. Secretary, in large part because tariffs are driving those costs up. And this is causing massive uncertainty and chaos in the farm sector, which is really hurting many farmers in my state and around the country.
Senator, it was very unfortunate that the Chinese decided to use our grape farmers, soybean farmers, as a pawn in trade negotiations. We have the administration's come out with a $12 billion package, and we have guarantees from the Chinese. They bought $12 billion of soybeans just since October. They are committed to buying, not 12 million tons. They will buy 25 million tons for the next 3 years to stabilize the market.
But what is happening for farmers in Minnesota is this constant on again, off again, tariffs on, tariffs off. It is chaotic, it is confusing, and it is destroying our markets. And so
it has nothing to do with the tariffs on.
Well, I think it has a lot to do, and these farmers, sir, believe that it has a lot to do with Trump tariff policy. I want to just, Mr. Chair, if I may, before I close, I want to link this conversation to some of the challenges that are happening in the ag sector and the larger economic challenges in Minnesota caused by the immigration action that is happening in Minnesota right now. Because the truth is that ag country is heavily impacted by this. This mass deportation plan is having a huge impact on the ability of farmers in my state to be able to get access to labor. And I'm talking about people who are here legally. And I know that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle that represent farm country understand you are hearing this from your farmers and ranchers as well. And it is having huge impacts on dairy and fruit and veggies. It is a major problem, not just in the farm sector, but all across my state, where just in Minneapolis alone, separate from agriculture, small businesses are losing an estimated $20 million a week because of customers just not being able to show up, being afraid, workers being unable to go to work because they're afraid of going out. The bottom line here, colleagues, is that this mass deportation plan was supposed to go after the worst of the worst, but what's really happening is that these poorly trained and aggressive agents are breaking families apart. They are hurting children. They are separating from their families. They are targeting and detaining and arresting people that have done nothing wrong, and that is morally reprehensible. And Mr. Secretary, it is reprehensible that you would blame Alex Preddy, a U.S. citizen, for his own death, shot in the back by these federal agents.
Never blame.
Time's up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to just respectfully respond to my colleague and give you an opportunity to actually respond as well, Mr. Secretary. When I look back over the last 4 years of the Biden administration, it was failed policies for our agriculture industry. Number one, President Biden walked away from the trade deals and the trade gains that President Trump had gotten for our ag industry. Number two, with record high inflation, it hit our farmers worse than anyone. Both the war on energy of the Biden administration, plus the amount and the payment of equipment, plus the fact that input cost had literally been frozen, and the Biden administration failed to pass a farm bill, didn't even try. So here you had record high cost with energy, equipment, labor, inflation, and then you cap what they can make. And I don't remember one person on the other side of the aisle saying, let's move a farm bill. Let's help these people. Let's drive down energy cost. And so I would just like to say, Mr. Secretary, I feel like our ag industry is at the forefront of what we're looking at right now, and I would like to give you an opportunity to respond.
Well, one of the things I will respond to is that in my first meeting with my Chinese counterpart, the vice premier, I asked him, under the Phase 1 purchase agreements, they were actually exceeded in 2020, signed in January 2020. The level of the agreement was exceeded every time President Trump has spoken with Party Chair Xi. He suggested he buys more soybeans, and slowly that they tapered off. And we said, why? He said, Biden didn't enforce. Biden didn't enforce the purchase agreements.
Yeah, walked away from it. So speaking of something else we walked away from in the Biden administration was actually being tough on Iran when it came to sanctions. I appreciate the maximum pressure strategy that President Trump has gone back to. I'd like to ask you, what more can we be doing as we see us place pressure on the Ayatollah, who is no friend of the United States of America, and as we see what he is doing to the citizens of his own country and the streets? What more can we be doing to make sure that we are placing the pressure that we...
I would say grand culmination in December when one of the largest banks in Iran went under. There was a run on the bank. The central bank had to print money. The Iranian currency went into free fall. Inflation exploded, and hence we have seen the Iranian people out on the street. We will continue monitoring all the partners, all the Iranian partners. The good news, Senator, is that we have seen, and we can see it with our fencing, we have seen the Iranian leadership wiring money out of the country like crazy. So the rats are leaving the ship, and that is a good sign that they know the end may be near.
I want to switch quickly to regulatory tailoring. It is obviously my belief that proper tailoring actually ensures that supervision is grounded in economic reality rather than subject ideology. Can you speak a little bit to the work that you and IFSOC agencies are doing to more properly calibrate our regulatory framework, whether it's capital rules or stress testing or even adjusting to outdated thresholds?
Again, we are looking at all the thresholds. One thing that happened, too big to fail became too small to succeed, as Senator Hagerty said, and we don't want to see more of our small banks go under. What we want to see before the great financial crisis and this excessive regulation on the system was we would see about 50 new banks formed every year by definitionally small banks, and we need to get back to doing that. We need to get back to small banks. I was talking to a community banker, 17 employees, 3 compliance people.
And last, I've got 30 seconds, but there have been claims made by the other side of the aisle, even tweets put out. I can provide that for you if you need that. But some pretty serious accusations and saying, we have a tweet actually from the ranking member that says, and I want you to be able to correct the record if this is true, but essentially claims that the IRS has gutted enforcement and dismantled the DOJ or forced tax fraud investigators to actually stop doing their job. Does that have any legitimacy at all? Because I think that gives us all concern if that's the truth.
Complete sophistry. We've identified $10 billion in tax crimes, up 15% from 2024, $4.5 billion tax fraud, up 110% from last year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Warnock.
Thank you, Chair Scott, and welcome, Secretary Bessent. President Trump promised that his administration would usher in a, quote, golden age of American manufacturing. In September 2024, at a rally in my home state of Georgia, Donald Trump said, quote, we're going to have a manufacturing boom. Secretary Bessent, we're now more than 1 year into the Trump administration. Yes or no? Has there been a manufacturing boom in the United States?
There are the beginnings of a manufacturing boom. We have intentions, factory groundbreakings, sir.
So your answer to that is yes, there's been a manufacturing boom?
That we are at the beginning of a manufacturing boom.
Okay, you and I could agree to disagree, but more importantly, manufacturers are telling us something different. Manufacturers are struggling because of the president's policies, and that's what they keep telling us, and the facts keep telling us. In fact, just this past Monday, the Wall Street Journal published this article entitled, U.S. Manufacturing is in Retreat, and Trump's tariffs aren't helping. I request consent to enter this article into the hearing record. Mr. Chairman?
Without objection.
Secretary Besson, do you know how many manufacturing jobs the United States has lost since Liberation Day in April 2025, when the president first announced his tariffs?
Yes, Senator, because you were out of the room, but it was already brought up.
We do many things, right? I don't need you to tell me where I was.
72,000, and I will point out that the Wall Street Journal
72,000
is not called the Main Street Journal, and they care more about Wall Street than Main Street.
I'm not asking you to opine on the Wall Street Journal. I have 3 minutes. Just answer the questions that I'm actually asking you. So 72,000 manufacturing jobs, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. Thank you for answering the question. Manufacturers shed workers in each of the 8 months after President Trump unveiled his tariffs on what he called Liberation Day. I would submit that it's a strange liberation and a curious freedom that leaves you unemployed. Even worse, smaller businesses are struggling to keep up with the tariff chaos. Big manufacturers may have the resources to shift suppliers. And I need you to understand the spirit of my questions. I spend a lot of time talking to the people in Georgia who've given me the great honor of representing them in the United States Senate. And so this is about them. And especially our small businesses. They don't have the ear of the president. They don't have access to Mar-a-Lago. And so they're not able to insulate their company from the worst of the tariff. Secretary Besson, small businesses without the same resources or unfettered access to the president, what should those businesses do for the relief if they can't get into Mar-a-Lago?
Again, sir, small business confidence is up. And we are seeing that the one big beautiful bill gives the full expensing for equipment, factories, and ag structures.
They are telling us that it's more expensive to make basic things. We are moving in the wrong direction. The facts don't lie. The president lies often, but the facts don't lie. In fact, if you're saying we're at the beginning, basically your answer to those small businesses is wait a little while. Is that the answer? That a year from
you ask about manufacturing.
That's right.
So
I'm asking you,
and I am saying
I'm asking you about this manufacturing boom. Will we see something different a year from now?
We are going to see it. I was just in my home state, Senator Scott's state, South Carolina, that we are seeing a boom there. And I believe Georgia has very good pro-business policies. I'm sure you will see a boom there also. The factory build intentions are quite high.
I'll tell you what I see. I see, as I talk to folks, that it's more expensive to build things in America. I see that we've lost 72,000 jobs a year into this administration. We've lost manufacturing jobs every month since he called for Liberation Day. And meanwhile, folks who are working in these small businesses trying to make their lives work, they're seeing higher costs. They're seeing their costs go up for groceries. They're seeing their costs go up for electricity. They're seeing their costs go up for health care. And I think the American people are still waiting for a solution. So far, we haven't seen one coming out of this Trump tariffs regime. The Baptist preacher is done, and I have no time left. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Inflation.
Senator Ricketts.
Thank you very much, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Warren, for this hearing, and Secretary Besson, thanks very much for being here. Appreciate it.
It's good to see you, Senator.
Good seeing you. And I want to thank you and commend you for updating the 45Z clean fuel production credit. That is very important, so thank you very much for getting that out. Your guidance incorporates what we put in the Working Families Tax Cut. Remember, that's how we rebranded the One Big Beautiful Bill, and supports Nebraska farmers and biofuel producers. So that's really, really important. It also ensures that feedstocks from faraway countries will not be allowed to get that credit, which means American taxpayer dollars will stay here in America. That was very important. So Secretary Besson, appreciate that. Also want to just comment on one of my colleagues from the other side of the aisle talking about the ag economy. I would note that under the Biden administration, we had 4 years in a row of agricultural trade deficits because the Biden administration was the first administration, going back to Jimmy Carter, not to sign a major trade deal. And that is one of the reasons why we have such a hard problem or a hard time right now in the ag. And in fact, when talking about input prices, under the Biden administration, June of 2022, diesel hit $5.75. Now it's at $3.52. So again, we need to address the issues to help our farm economy out. But a lot of the seeds of this was started in the Biden administration. I also want to thank you for presenting FSOC's 2025 annual report. In that, one of the things that perhaps you already touched upon, and if I'm repeating myself, please forgive me, or repeating what's happening, forgive me, but the Biden administration, under the Biden administration, then Secretary Yellen, actually undid all the good work of the Trump administration in 2019's FSOC when they changed the activity-based designation guidance. Yellen replaced it with her own guidance that was turning a last resort safeguard into a tool that could be weaponized and stifle innovation and restrict access to capital that would grow our economy. A little over 2 years ago, I sent a letter to then Secretary Yellen about how the 2023 entity-based designation guidance was misguided, lacked evidentiary support, and increased the likelihood of market distortions. Secretary Brissett, do you agree with the characterizations of the 2023 guidance that could do all these things, could cause market distortions?
I believe in the activity-based guidance, and we are moving back to that, Senator.
Great.
And Senator, if I could just point out that FSOC under Secretary Yellen, 2 weeks before the three of the largest bank failures in U.S. history, many of them due to bond market portfolios, identified climate as the biggest risk to financial stability. They had not over-leveraged bond portfolios.
Seems like misplaced priorities given a financial service sector. Secretary Yellen rolled out her new guidance, and then she stripped out the cost-benefit analysis of it. In your view, does cost-benefit analysis matter in evaluating to use FSOC's SIFI designation authority?
Again, sir, without that, why would you do it?
What is your view on the activity-based designation approach that was developed through the transparent and methodical process done in 2019?
We are readopting it, and we believe it is fulsome, robust, and smart-minded.
Great. Thank you very much, Secretary. Thanks to President Trump's leadership and your steady hand at the Department of Treasury, the United States economy is doing very well. I think the GDP growth in the last quarter, third quarter, was 4.4% annualized in 2025. Labor markets remain resilient. The unemployment rate is 1.2% below historical average. Inflation is down from the highs of the 40-year high Biden administration, decreasing some 70% from the peak in the Biden administration. American markets are strong. We saw the largest tax cut in history signed into law, allowing us to avoid a $4.2 trillion tax increase. We've got no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. 88% of seniors will not pay federal income tax. The average refund is supposed to be $1,000 higher this year. And the average Nebraska family will avoid a $2,400 tax increase. Yet, despite all this progress, we're seeing consumer confidence is not really rebounding the way that the economy seems to be. In your opinion, what more can we in the Senate be doing with regard to consumer confidence and making, obviously we had 40-year high inflation under the Biden administration, but what more can we be doing in the Senate to be able to help out with confidence of consumers?
Other than telling consumers to turn off MSNBC, a large part of it is a survey problem where Democrats vote very low, Republicans are more realistic, and then we end up what we're seeing.
Senator Kim's time. Yep. I appreciate your comments, but
yeah, thank you.
And by the way, for all members, they're going to close the vote at 12:05. So,
okay.
Thank
you, Chairman.
Started 10 minutes ago.
Thank you, Secretary, for coming on out here. Just the other week, you took part in talks with Russia. I guess I just wanted to ask you just your view of this. Do you agree that Russia's invasion of Ukraine was illegal and a violation of sovereignty and law?
Senator, I've been saying that since my confirmation.
That's right. Also, would you say that Vladimir Putin is a war criminal?
I've also been saying that since my confirmation.
Now, before you started, Treasury regularly targeted hundreds of actors and networks who sent critical goods to Russia's war machine with rounds of sanctions every 1 or 2 months. the previous administration added about 297 China-based entities and individuals to our sanctions list under the Russia sanctions program. I want to ask you, do you know how many you have added and designated as part of the Russia sanctions program since you came in as Treasury Secretary?
I do not, but I do know that President Trump sanctioned Rosneft and Lukoil, which was the major sanctions achievement, and dwarfs everything else, and has brought the Russians to the table for the talks that I was at last Saturday.
And you'll have bipartisan support for those sanctions, but I'll just say that there is also bipartisan support on doing everything we can to crack down on Russia's war machine, not just on the energy side. And so, as I said, the previous administration has added 297 China-based entities. This administration has added 0. That is the number 0. So I just urge you.
The previous administration was extremely weak on sanctions, and it was on record as saying that they did not want to increase energy sanctions because they were worried about the midterms, worried about the failed election of Vice President Harris, and in a display of cowardice.
I'm not asking you about that right now.
But on the way out the door, Jake Sullivan raised some of the energy sanctions. President Trump took the most bold action. So we have done more.
I'm asking you here, can you commit to this Congress that you will take action to sanction Russia's shadow fleet?
I will take it under consideration. We will see where the peace talks go.
I see how this administration has taken this maximalist approach, adding pressure when it comes to Iran's shadow fleet, talking about cutting off Venezuela's ships. I think that there needs to be consistency here. And again, there is bipartisan support for this. I wanted to just switch gears. Would you agree that money laundering is a national security threat to this country?
Yes, sir.
Now, with Binance founder Zhao pleaded guilty to violating anti-money laundering laws and was sent to prison, Binance then injected billions of dollars into Trump's family business, World Liberty Financial, and Zhao asked for a pardon and received that. I just wanted to ask you, is that a conflict of interest in your opinion?
I am unfamiliar with any of that. I wear many hats. The pardon hat is not one of them.
I'm just asking, do you see it as a conflict of interest, though?
Again, I'm not going to respond to that.
When you had the Russia talks, was Jared Kushner a part of the Russia talks?
Yes.
What is his official role in the U.S. government right now?
I believe that he is a special envoy.
So you believe that he has an official position and that is not a unpaid volunteer position?
Sorry, I believe that it is not an official position, that he is designated as an interlocutor as we bring many people into the talk.
I just raise this because this is the problem that we're seeing right now when it comes to these conflicts of interest. We see the Trump family getting involved in different roles, even though they don't have official positions. We see Pakistan now announcing that they're going to use Trump's family's companies' crypto for cross-border transactions and trade. Does that not concern you?
Again, I'd be especially interested to hear if you have any information of why Mr. Kushner is conflicted in the Russia talks.
Look, what I'm saying is that if he wants to he wants to participate in that, he should go by the same financial disclosures and getting rid of conflicts of interest that every other senior government official, including yourself, have to go through. And look, I'm just saying that when we're seeing Trump pardoning Binance founder Zhao, when seeing instead investigating Jerome Powell, when we see that Trump is now suing the Treasury and the IRS for $10 billion, he even said, I am supposed to work out a settlement with myself. That's what Trump said. Do you think that that is a conflict of interest?
That is a Justice Department issue.
No, it is suing your department.
The Justice Department represents Treasury. I would suggest you contact Justice.
With that, I yield back.
Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. And let me say, I'm sorry you're no longer a North Dakota farmer. You were a good one, and we were sorry to see you go. So I'm going to really shift gears here and talk about something that truly is bipartisan, and that is the adoption tax credit. And I know you wake up every morning thinking about it, but and I'm just going to ask you to look into it for me. But during last year's Working Families Tax Cut, the reconciliation package, we took a version. We altered the adoption tax credit a bit to include making it partially refundable up to $5,000. And previously, up until 2011, there was a refundability of part of the credit. The adoption tax credits always had this carry forward provision that allowed, of course, families to carry over unused portions into the next tax liability. Our intent in the working families tax cuts was for the carry forward to be eligible for the $5,000 refund as well. And the JCT actually included that in their score, again, which sort of validates the intent of Congress. However, the IRS is interpreting the language to mean that the carry forward is not eligible, affecting, of course, the adopted families from 2020 through 2024. What the IRS did is they interpret the effective date of December 31st, 2024, the same way Congress intended. But there's a big difference now between Congress's intent here and the IRS's interpretation of it. I don't believe it was the administration's intent to make this what I believe to be a mistake when the president signed it into law. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention, mostly to highlight it and then to see if you'd be willing to look into it for me.
Senator, I believe you're referring to the Section 7402. And my tax office is very happy to work with your staff.
I look forward to that. And the underlying bill that created this language is very bipartisan. Our colleague, my good friend Amy Klobuchar, and I co-chair the Adoption Caucus, or the coalition, and work on these things closely together. So we'd love to work with you. Okay, on another matter, yesterday in the House, my friend and colleague Bill Huizenga, Congressman Huizenga, talked to you about the 3% budget resolution bill that he has. I'm leading that resolution over here in the Senate. The goal of it is to establish the goal of reducing the federal deficit to 3% of GDP. Now, you referenced in your opening statement, I noticed that it's already been reduced somewhat to 5.4%. And one of the ways we can grow out of a deficit, or we can get out of a deficit or reduce a deficit, is by growing out of it. But I'd like to work on both sides of the ledger with you a little bit, because you have said that we don't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem. And I absolutely 100% agree. So maybe you could just speak for the remaining time, although I would love to translate productivity sometimes as a result of efficiency, which might be a little bit of a workforce challenge, but that's another whole longer story. But speak a little bit to that goal. Is 3% by 2030, which is what our resolution do? Is that realistic?
So, Senator, my target is for something that begins with a 3 by the end of President Trump's term. I said, for calendar 2024, we're at 7%, the highest when we weren't at war, not in a recession. We're at 5.4, and what friends from the other side of the aisle don't, the tale of woe and gloom, we have, over the past 3 quarters, we've averaged 4.1% GDP growth, and we had a fiscal contraction last year. They brought down the spending, which is one of the reasons our bond market did well, so we're at 5.4, and as we move that down, we will see the economy improve, and everyone could go to the Treasury website, or the X account, I'm old school, they can go to the X account and they can see a study by MIT that shows that the budget deficit that was blown out in 21 and 22 created the great inflation of 22. So as we bring down government spending, it will bring down rates and bring down inflation.
And at the productivity growth levels we're at right now, I mean, who knows how quickly we can get out of it.
I think we're in an exciting time that could be like we saw in the 90s.
I agree with you. We're at the beginning of the boom. I yield back 2 seconds.
We'll take them. Thank you, sir. Senator Gallego.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Besson, thank you again for being here today. We kind of touched on this earlier. In addition to being Treasury Secretary, you are serving as Acting Director of the IRS. So following up on Senator Kim's questioning, so you are fully aware that the President is suing your agency for $10 billion.
Yeah.
We would agree. Would you agree that $10 billion is a good sum of money?
Yes, sir.
Where would that be cut from? Let's say for some reason he actually wins that lawsuit. Where would that $10 billion come from?
Again, it would come from.
Process-wise, I'm not asking like your opinion whether it's right or wrong.
It would come from Treasury.
It comes from Treasury, which comes from the general fund?
The Treasury general account.
So taxpayers?
Yes.
Thank you.
Part of the 440,000 taxpayers whose returns were leaked.
If the president, they're not suing, but if the president prevails in this lawsuit, he's going to be able to pocket that money. My question is the president, has anyone in the president's office talked to you about this lawsuit in any regard?
They have not, and the president said he will donate the proceeds to charity. You may have missed that.
So no one at all has discussed this to you whatsoever?
No, sir, and the president said he will.
Have you received, I didn't ask any more questions. Have you received any advice from Treasury's legal division about how to handle this potential conflict?
This is a Justice Department matter. They represent Treasury in it.
Have someone from the Department of Justice actually come and talk to you saying that this is their purview and you need to stay out of it? Or who has discussed to you what is your role in this?
Our general counsel, who's sitting behind me, has told me that it is a Justice Department matter. The Justice Department defends Treasury in matters like this.
Okay, so it has been discussed with you. Do you have any final say at all in the process of this? Or is the DOJ just going to instruct you to cut a check and or settle, and you have no independence to actually make a decision whether or not the president deserves $10 billion?
Again, that is a DOJ matter.
And so the DOJ will entirely make that decision whether or not the president should receive $10 billion. You have no say at all.
Correct.
So you would just have to write the check if you were told to write the check.
Correct.
And you would write the check willingly if you're told by a DOJ to the president.
I will follow the law, Senator.
Okay. I mean, I think for many of us, this is very simple. And I think if this had been happening in any other countries, it would look an absolute, like a total shakedown of the American taxpayer. Are you also aware that President Trump has filed claims seeking $230 million from the Justice Department for investigations conducted during his previous candidacy?
I'm unaware of the cumulative number.
Okay. So if the president wins or settles these claims, that money will come also from the Treasury Judgment Fund, which you do control. Have you recused yourself from any decisions about paying the president on these claims?
Again, I'll follow the law, and I'm not involved with any of this. It stems from justice.
So even though the Treasury Judgment Fund is called the Treasury Judgment Fund, you have no control over the Treasury Judgment Fund?
We act as paymaster.
So you will sign it then?
Sorry?
You will sign the check then? If you're a paymaster, you'd be the person's signature is to the Treasury Judgment Fund?
I would assume it would be a wire transfer.
Yes, I'm assuming we're not that old school.
Yep.
But that being said, so you have no say in this whatsoever. You will only basically follow what the DOJ says, but you're the person that actually is the final person that pushes send essentially on the wire transfer.
Yes.
And even if you feel or that it is unjust, the fact that this president is basically plundering U.S. taxpayer dollars, you will still hit that send button.
Even if I believe that 6103, the IRS tax code, was violated and 440,000 taxpayers were leaked.
So back to this other thing. So now, do you believe, though? I mean, do you understand why some of us see a problem with that? And let me ask just a very simple question: do you work for the president of the United States?
I work for the American people.
So can the president fire you?
Or he can.
He can fire you, correct?
Yes.
So isn't it a conflict of interest that you're going to be making these decisions and the president has full power over you?
I think you're confused, Senator. I am not part of the decision.
Well, you're certainly a person that send on the wire transfer, and I think that's why there's a lot of people that are actually do not trust the president's actually looking at his best interest.
I guess you're saying that
I'm controlling the time here.
Obeying the law.
I'm controlling. You're not obeying the law. You're plundering U.S. taxpayer dollars. Plundering U.S. taxpayer dollars. Plundering taxpayer dollars. Plundering. Thank you. You'll back.
Okay. Senator McCormick is now recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, welcome. In Pennsylvania, we're fortunate to have abundant energy resources, as you know, when you attended our summit, a skilled workforce, and world-class universities. The pro-growth policies of President Trump have enabled the Commonwealth to capitalize on this optimism and investor confidence, and it's attracted billions in investment and spurred growth. The working families' tax cuts are set to deliver more than $600 billion, a new relief to the middle class. And still, there's more to be done. Permitting reform, for example, would unlock billions, perhaps trillions of dollars that sits on the sideline right now. And so, Secretary Bessent, would you talk for a minute about permitting reform and how important those reforms are to unlock additional growth beyond the fantastic growth we've seen so far?
Well, as I've often said, Senator, the president's economic program is a three-legged stool: trade, tax, and dereg. And permanent reform is a very important part of the deregulatory agenda. And as we've seen, more supply also pushes down inflation and increases economic growth. I think it is the deregulatory agenda is the most unsung part of the president's agenda.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. And there's going to be a big push, I think, from the Senate. There's already been legislation in the House, and Mr. Secretary, looking forward to your support for a permitting reform package, which I think could really stimulate further the president's agenda. Second question: the working families tax cuts also created Trump accounts, a new tool, creative, sort of really remarkable moment to support families and build wealth for the next generation. Can you talk just for a minute about the motivation for the program and what do you think this is going to be able to accomplish?
Senator, 38% of American households do not have any exposure to the U.S. equity market. So for the next 4 years, as a $1,000 seed investment is made to all newborns, it will bring them into the system and set them on a path. There can be contributions from family members, from employers, from philanthropies, from philanthropists, and we believe that over 20 states will do this. So it is going to, over time, allow all families to have a share of the great American innovation and growth economy.
You know, as people I meet in Pennsylvania hear about this and understand what it means for their kids, their families, I mean, it's a really incredible step, and I hope it's something we can really formalize and make part of not just this great administration, but future ones.
Well, I think too, Senator, thank you for your leadership on this, that I have been a longtime advocate of financial literacy, and I think that this will be a real-time experiment in financial literacy as the families, as the children are able to look at their accounts on their phone and be part of this growth. I think that it will become very real and engaging for them.
Yeah, I agree. Final question. As you know, that the trajectory of U.S. debt is unsustainable. Net interest payments alone account for 14% of total government spending, and higher debt levels combined with high interest rates put upward pressure on the cost to service our debt. Further, $10 trillion of government debt will mature over the next year and roll over, which is a little less than a third, I guess, of debt outstanding. Can you discuss briefly the conditions in the U.S. Treasury market and the trends you're monitoring as we enter this period?
So, Senator, thus far the market has been very resilient. We've had some of our best auctions in a long time this year. We're seeing very good foreign demand. But as you said, the trajectory, we have to get it back under control. As I talked earlier, we need to get back to something with a 3 in front of it in terms of deficit to GDP. Reason I came out from behind my desk was I was worried that many people, especially as Vice President Harris was campaigning, wanted to go into a European-style social democracy, low growth, raise taxes, growth lower, more taxes, unsustainable debt. So that's why at FSOC, we are focused on growth as as desirable, but also a lack of growth as a financial stability risk.
Good. I don't have time for a final question.
Now, that was the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, testifying at a Senate committee hearing on a bunch of different issues: benefit fraud in Minnesota, the cryptocurrency industry in America, and other economic policy issues. Now, we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. We'll be back with more news.
There are real consequences to controlled media. And NTD's founders know them firsthand. Our freedom of thought is the price. This is the lesson that guides us in everything we do.
Yeah, so there's the tear gas there.
We know the value of a free society. And we take seriously the responsibility to preserve it. We are NTD.
And welcome to NTD News Today. Here are today's top stories. Russia and Ukraine have exchanged 157 prisoners of war each following peace talks today in Abu Dhabi. That's as the US and Russia agree to re-establish military-to-military dialogue. President Trump attends the National Prayer Breakfast, touching on a range of topics. We have the key takeaways. Federal authorities are joining the search for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. Her daughter, NBC anchor Savannah Guthrie, has uploaded a video addressed to anyone holding her mother captive. New Jersey Democrats head to the polls for a special primary election. Voters will pick from a crowded field to fill the House seat left open by Governor Mikey Sherrill. Vice President JD Vance arrives in Milan ahead of the Olympics opening ceremony. He offers words of encouragement to American athletes.
This is NTD News Today, live from our global headquarters in New York City.
Now, today is Thursday, February 5th. I'm Paul Graney. It's great to have you here. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff provided an update on peace talks in Abu Dhabi today. He said delegations from the US, Russia, and Ukraine have agreed to a prisoner exchange involving 314 individuals. Russia's defense ministry released a short video showing a group of uniformed men getting on a bus. Ukraine's President Zelensky shared on social media that Ukraine secured the release of 157 people held by Russia. That includes soldiers, officers, and civilians. Most have been in captivity since 2022. Zelensky said it's the first exchange in 5 months. Witkoff said talks will continue, with further progress expected in the coming weeks. Meanwhile, Zelensky addressed the ongoing human cost of the conflict. He reported that 55,000 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed since the start of the Russian invasion.
We agreed that the next meeting will take place in the near future. Regarding the nature of the conversation and what was discussed, they talked about everything. The negotiators consider the information very sensitive and want to come and brief me in detail. We discussed energy cooperation. There are things that can strengthen both our countries. In particular, this concerns the development of our energy networks in Ukraine and Poland. There are projects we must implement. We expect productive joint work.
Now, also at the talks in Abu Dhabi today, the U.S. made progress in improving relations with Russia. The two countries agreed to re-establish direct military-to-military dialogue, with the American side saying the new channel will provide consistent contact as the parties continue working toward peace in Ukraine. High-level military communication was suspended back in 2021. Back then, relations between Moscow and Washington were growing increasingly strained ahead of Russia's invasion. Also today, the last remaining nuclear arms control treaty between the U.S. and Russia is expiring. This ends legally binding limits on the world's two largest nuclear arsenals for the first time in decades. The treaty came into force back in 2011 and was extended for 5 years in 2021, although it's not yet clear if Washington and Moscow use today's talks to extend the treaty again. Another search for NBC anchor Savannah Guthrie's 84-year-old mother continues. The family now speaking directly to anyone who may be holding Nancy Guthrie. Here's the latest.
Today's Show co-anchor Savannah Guthrie posted a video message yesterday addressing anyone who might be holding her elderly mother.
Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. Our mom is our heart and our home. She is 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile.
Nancy Guthrie disappeared from her Arizona home several days ago. In the message posted to Instagram, the NBC co-host spoke to the potential captors directly.
As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk.
Savannah, who appeared with her brother and sister, said the family had heard media reports of a ransom note, but said it was an age in which such material can be faked.
We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please, reach out to us.
The siblings spoke directly to their missing mother, calling her their beacon.
Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you. Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you.
President Trump said he spoke with Savannah Guthrie yesterday. In a Truth Social post, the president said he's directing all federal law enforcement to be at the family's and local police departments' disposal. Nancy Guthrie was last seen on January 31st when she was dropped off at her home by relatives after having dinner with them. Authorities say she was reported missing the following afternoon. Police have cordoned off her home. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos told CBS that Nancy Guthrie could not have walked away from her home and that he believed she was abducted. He told reporters this was not dementia-related and that the elderly Guthrie is as sharp as a tack. He noted Guthrie had limited mobility and she was taking medication daily. As of now, no suspect has been identified.
Now, we'll keep you updated as that story develops. And in other news, an Arizona Department of Public Safety helicopter crashed last night, killing both the pilot and a trooper on board. The aircraft went down as it was assisting officers in responding to an active shooter. The names of the trooper and the pilot haven't been released yet, but the FAA said the helicopter crashed near Flagstaff. The agency said it would assist the National Transportation Safety Board in the crash investigation, with the Air Rescue Unit trained for various missions, including mountain and water rescues. The Flagstaff Police Department said the suspect in the shooting suffered non-fatal gunshot wounds, was taken into custody. No one else was injured. And now, President Trump attending the National Prayer Breakfast today. The annual event focused on faith and fellowship across political lines. It's been attended by every president since Dwight D. Eisenhower, with President Trump saying he's been here just about every time, joking he didn't have the courage to turn it down.
And last time I came, I got in at 4 in the morning. They said, "Sir, you're going to be speaking at 7." I said, "Really? Oh, that's wonderful." I said, "Where?" "National Prayer Breakfast." I said, "I'll be there. I'm afraid not to be. I need all the help I can get." Because last time I was having a lot of fun. We had a big crowd. We had 60,000 people, and I'm talking about the fact that I will never make it to heaven. I will never, ever. And I was being funny. I was trying to be, you can't be sarcastic with them because they write your words, and they don't. The people who are reading the words are much different. But I said, I'm never going to make it to heaven. I just don't think I qualify. I don't think there's a thing I can do. All of these good things I'm doing, including for religion. Religion's back now hotter than ever before.
The president also brought up the issue of voter ID, saying the issue polls very high among Democrats too, but that Democratic leaders don't want to approve it. The president touted his administration's success on investment and energy and defended Kristi Noem amid calls for her firing.
Yesterday, I did the Super Bowl interview. "Sir, are you going to relieve Kristi Noem of her duties?" "No." "Oh." I said, "Why would I do that? We have the strongest border in the history of our country. We have the best crime numbers we've ever had, going back to the year 1900, that's 125 years. So we're having tremendous success. We have more investment being made in our country now than any country has ever had by many times. You go back 10 years, a certain country, not us, $3 trillion. We have in 11 months, because the 12th month is coming out next week, we have $18 trillion of investment coming in. The biggest ever was 3 many years ago. And one of the reasons for it is Secretaries Doug Burgum and Doug Collins. They are drilling like, you know, my whole thing was drill, baby, drill. Where are they sitting?
The president also said there's a religious revival in the United States. The president mentioning that in 2025, more Bibles were sold in the U.S. than at any time in the last 100 years. Trump announcing that the Department of Education is officially issuing its new guidance to protect the right of prayer in public schools. And now still to come, 700 immigration agents are leaving Minneapolis. What does that mean for President Trump's deportation operation across the country?
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. You may know me from my many years on television. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I felt this slight pressure in my chest, just slight. I thought, oh, it's nothing, it'll go away. I didn't get it. I did not get it. A few days later, while shopping at a boutique, that pressure returned, much stronger. It felt like an elephant pressing on my chest. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I was rushed into surgery where I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. Those stents saved my life. That's why I'm in front of you today, asking you to join me in supporting the American Heart Association by becoming a monthly donor. Call now or go to helpheart.org. For only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you can help fund the next medical breakthrough. Get the next person trained in CPR, the next hospital certified in high-quality cardiovascular care. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. I can enjoy life with my children, my grandchildren, and my friends. Heart disease is America's #1 killer, and your support now can help save your life or the life of someone you love. Give $19 a month with your credit card, and we'll send you this special t-shirt that you can wear to show that you are helping save lives. Please, listen to your heart. The only reason I'm here today is because I did.
Please call the number on your screen or go to helpheart.org. Become a monthly donor during February Heart Month, and your first month's gift will be matched.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I'm Paul Graney. We start with a look at immigration enforcement. President Trump signaling that immigration officials are adapting their techniques amid heightened tensions. NTD's Daniel Monahan has more on that, plus an update from the southern border with DHS Secretary Kristi Noem.
The Trump administration is reducing the number of immigration officers in Minnesota due to increased cooperation with local law enforcement.
Given this increase in unprecedented collaboration, and as a result of the need for less law enforcement officers to do this work in a safer environment, I have announced effective immediately we will draw down 700 people.
Border Czar Tom Homan said it is smarter enforcement, not less. President Trump discussing enforcement operations in Minnesota.
I learned that maybe we can use a little bit of a softer touch, but you still have to be tough. These are criminals. We're dealing with really hard criminals.
Trump says he has called Governor Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Frye and had great conversations with them.
And then I see them ranting and raving out there, literally as though a call wasn't made.
Trump called the shooting deaths of Alex Preddy and Renee Good unfortunate, speaking on NBC News.
He was not an angel, and she was not an angel. You know, you look at some tapes from back, but still, I'm not happy with what happened there. Nobody could be happy, and ICE wasn't happy either.
And the president says they have 5 cities his administration is strongly considering for new enforcement operations, but they prefer to be invited.
We could have Chicago be a safe city, just like D.C. is a safe city, just like all of these places that we've gone to.
The Department of Homeland Security said yesterday 4,000 illegal immigrants, including violent criminals, have been arrested so far in Minnesota under Operation Metro Surge. Recent arrests include criminals convicted of sexual conduct with a minor and domestic assault. President Trump praised DHS Secretary Kristi Noem when asked if she still has his confidence.
Look, she was in charge of the border. The border's closed. We have the best crime numbers that we've had in 125 years. I think she's doing a very good job. Again, public relations. She's not getting credit for the job that she does.
Noem visited the southern border yesterday, saying the Trump administration has delivered the most secure border in American history.
And we did it with the immediate aftermath we were facing from that humanitarian crisis that was created from Joe Biden's open border policies.
Noem says the border is so quiet that sometimes you can even forget how bad it was just a little over a year ago.
During the Biden administration and those open border policies, we saw even the UN declare that the United States and Mexico border was the deadliest land route in the world.
Noem says some counties along the border had to install migrant morgues just to pick up the dead bodies that were passing away.
And while the left tries to tell us many times that it's somehow compassionate to allow that kind of chaos, it isn't. It was dangerous.
The Homeland Security Secretary criticized those against enforcing immigration laws and deporting illegal immigrant criminals, saying, "What about the victims of their crimes?" Daniel Monahan, NTD News.
So now that lawmakers have ended the partial government shutdown, the clock now ticking on DHS funding. Democrats expected to unveil their official proposals today to reform the agency, while President Trump vows a drawdown of ICE agents in Minnesota. NTD's Melina Weisskopf reports.
On Capitol Hill, lawmakers are at the very beginning stages with regards to how to make changes to ICE policy. But they need to reach a deal by next Friday, and lawmakers already acknowledge that this is not going to be an easy task, just simply because of how sensitive the immigration issue is on both sides of the aisle. Democrats have officially unveiled their demands on paper, and what they put forth on paper so far tracks with everything that we've heard from their side of the aisle verbally. Democrats want agents to no longer wear masks. They want them to show their ID numbers, and they also want to expand judicial warrants and protect sensitive locations.
There are certain places they shouldn't be able to go in: churches, synagogues, schools, election places.
Now, Republicans have said they are open to certain changes that Democrats have put forth, but not all of them. Some sticking points include issues like removal of masks and showing ID, because Republicans, specifically House Speaker Mike Johnson, says that this level of exposure could allow criminals to target ICE agents and their families.
Because unlike your local law enforcement in your hometown, ICE agents are being doxxed and targeted. We have evidence of that. Everybody knows that is happening.
Now, Republicans have also pushed back on Democrats' demand to expand judicial warrants because they say this could create more red tape and bureaucracy and ultimately slow down enforcement efforts. But lawmakers, including Senate Majority Leader John Thune, has already said that they'll likely need more time for negotiations.
I had argued at the time was way too short to allow anything consequential to happen.
Because of slim majorities in both chambers, any one lawmaker could ultimately slow the process. Reporting from Washington, D.C., Melina Weisskopf, NTD.
So a major sticking point here is the honoring of ICE detainers. On the radio this morning, I heard the person in charge of a major prison that serves the Minneapolis area saying she will only release prisoners to ICE if ICE has a signed judicial warrant. She says she won't accept a warrant issued by the DHS itself, aka an ICE detainer. Now with us to explore is Cooper Smith, Director of Homeland Security and Immigration at the America First Policy Institute. Cooper, great to see you. Thanks for coming on this afternoon. The prison I brought up just now says it's simply following the law. Should ICE be obtaining judicial warrants more often?
Well, ICE both uses judicial warrants and administrative warrants, and I think that list of 10 demands that you were just reporting on a moment ago from Chuck Schumer and Jeffries basically would abolish ICE as we know it, and included in those 10 demands are the requirement that they use judicial warrants, which, if that were to go through, ICE would have no ability to remove the 15 or 20 million people who came here under Joe Biden. So I think that particular demand, along with a few others, are going to be non-starters for John Thune and the Republican Party. And like I said, I think that list would effectively abolish ICE as we know it. And it seems to me that their true goal here is to end immigration enforcement altogether.
Well, Cooper, go into this for us. How exactly would requiring them to get judicial warrants impact them to that degree?
Sure, because then ICE would have to go to a federal judge every time they wanted to conduct an operation. And again, we're talking about a scale of a problem here, 15, 20, potentially more millions of people who came here, especially under Joe Biden's term with open borders policies. So just due to the scale of the problem created here, if you were to require ICE to only use judicial warrants, it would effectively neuter the agency and render them completely useless.
Well, on that point, critics of the deportation operation say, well, this is the law. Where exactly do we stand on that?
Well, the law also says if you have no legal right to be here, then you should be removed. So I find it really ironic from the left who's saying that this is immigration law. Well, if they read Title 8 of the U.S. Code, they would know that entering the country illegally is a crime. If you come again, it's a felony. Unfortunately, the Department of Justice doesn't have the resources to prosecute all of those cases. But back to the reporting that you just did about Tom Homan, when we talk about smart enforcement, we're talking about sanctuary jurisdictions. Of course, ICE operates in 100% of the country in all 50 states all day, every day. And I think what the administration is doing here is trying a different approach as it relates to sanctuary jurisdictions, which, in my opinion, should be ended completely. But unfortunately, that would take an act of Congress. And as we know, they can't even seem to pass a budget in relation to DHS at the moment.
Well, Cooper, on that point, as you said, Homan said 700 agents are being withdrawn from Minneapolis. Democrats on their side are calling for more targeted operations. Do you expect major changes there in Minneapolis?
Well, I do. I think Tom Homan and the president said, after the last couple of weeks that they need a new approach and they need smart enforcement. They need to go into a safe jail setting to get these violent criminal aliens out. I think it's also important to remember that, as you reported on, 4,000 criminal illegal aliens have already been removed from Minneapolis since Metro Surge started. But going back to the beginning of the Trump administration, we're talking about 10,000 people who've been removed from that state. So, I don't think we're going to see a huge change in those numbers. I think the numbers will continue to tick up. I think mass deportation will continue, and that's what the president has indicated.
And I just want to note, some of the people lifted out of Minneapolis during this operation have committed terrible crimes. I think oftentimes this gets overlooked. Staying on the point, the president said his deportation operation maybe could have used a softer touch. He did say you still need to be tough. What do you think that means? Particularly, where do you think this lighter touch may come in?
Yeah, again, going back to my original point, I think what they're doing here, when he says softer touch, it's in relation to sanctuary jurisdiction policies, right? Going back to the beginning of the Trump administration, they've been trying to get rid of sanctuary cities either by, taking their resources from them or outright banning them altogether. Congress has been working on that as well. But while that works through the courts and through Congress, what the president and Tom Homan are saying is, okay, maybe that particular model didn't work in a sanctuary jurisdiction. Perhaps we need to negotiate more, come to an agreement. And my hope is, what I think will happen is, if Tom Homan is able to successfully negotiate with local sheriffs, with the mayor, with the governor, perhaps that can serve as a model for other sanctuary states and other sanctuary jurisdictions, whether that's California and Illinois, New Jersey, New Mexico, other states who are against the president's immigration priorities, but who nonetheless need to comply with federal law and should.
And Cooper, Homan says that over there in Minnesota, that local officials are open to cooperating more with ICE on these. But when you listen to some of the local officials, it doesn't seem so clear-cut. Are we waiting, for example, for this to play through the courts? Particularly, I want to go back to original point on these ICE detainers and the legality of actually having states and local authorities enforce them. Is there going to be a watershed moment here?
I mean, potentially. I think you could see it work its way through the courts, but I'm not really sure. Again, I don't imagine that Congress is going to agree to this. This is not going to be a possibility for the Republican Party to come to the table on judicial warrant reform as it relates to ICE. Again, I think members of Congress realize that, President Trump was elected overwhelmingly on a simple promise, and that was to deport people here who have no legal right to be here, especially those with a criminal record, gang members, rapists, human traffickers, and the like. And that's what the American people want. And additionally, I would point to recent polling that just came out from Harvard-Harris saying that 73% of all Americans want criminal aliens deported. 73%. So all this kind of gusto about, the president's poll numbers are tanking on this issue is just totally nonsensical. The American people want criminal aliens removed, and I think reform to judicial warrants is not going to be on the table.
Interesting. Cooper, finally, Democrats also demanding that ICE agents show ID and don't wear face masks. Republicans say could put their safety at risk. But how is this demand any different from, say, regular law enforcement and their requirements?
Well, I think there's two issues here. One is on body cameras, which you've seen both parties have come together and said, we're going to get $20 million to ICE for body cameras. They're going to roll it out, as Secretary Noem said, starting in Minneapolis. Also important to remember that ICE has used body cameras. They've been exploring them and paying for them for the last 4 or 5 years. They just needed more funding. They're going to get that. As it relates to face masks, again, these agents are facing an 8,000% increase in death threats against them, according to the Department of Homeland Security. 8,000%. And it's not just the agent. It's unfortunately their families, it's their children who are getting involved in the doxing. So I think they do need to be protected. They do need to have that ability to keep the masks on. And I don't imagine that Republicans are going to change their mind on that issue.
It's just incredible what's happening. Cooper Smith at the America First Policy Institute. Cooper, thank you. And now, President Trump opted not to choose between Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio for the 2028 election. Trump, who was asked would he endorse who on NBC News, here's what he said.
Well, I don't want to get into this. We have 3 years to go. I don't want to, I have two people that are doing a great job. I don't want to have an argument with, I don't want to use the word fight. It wouldn't be a fight. But look, J.D. is fantastic and Marco is fantastic.
Of course, Marco Rubio has been active on multiple fronts since joining the second Trump administration. The Secretary of State was also appointed acting head of USAID and National Security Advisor last year. Panama's president said his country would not renew its Belt and Road Initiative agreement with China after a meeting with Rubio. Rubio, of course, also called on the country to address the Chinese Communist Party's influence in the region. Vance, meanwhile, cast a tie-breaking vote to block Democrats from restricting Trump's ability to continue military action in Venezuela. The VP has also emerged as a prominent defender and advocate of the administration's America First agenda. Now moving on, New Jersey Democrats head to the polls today for a special primary election. Voters will pick from a crowded field to fill the House seat left open by Governor Mikey Sherrill. Cheryl stepped down from representing New Jersey's 11th district after she won the governor's race last year. Among the leading Democrats seeking the nomination is former Representative Tom Malinowski. He lost a bid for re-election in another district back in 2022. New Jersey Democratic Senator Andy Kim has endorsed him. Essex County Commissioner Brendan Gill is running too. Gill has the endorsement of former Governor Phil Murphy after managing Murphy's first campaign for governor. Taisha Way is also in the race. Way served as Lieutenant Governor and Secretary of State for 2 terms under Murphy until last month. In the Republican race, Randolph Mayor Joe Hathaway is running unopposed. Special general election is set for April 16th. We'll let you know who wins it. And former Vice President Kamala Harris has announced a new online organizing effort. It's called Headquarters. She says it'll go beyond campaign season. And Harris is relaunching her Kamala HQ accounts on X and TikTok, rebranding them as Headquarters. The group People for the American Way is partnering for the project, with organizers saying they plan to expand to other social media platforms. And now the U.S. job market appears to be cooling. Labor Department data is showing a 2-month high in the number of Americans applying for first-time unemployment benefits. For the week ending January 31st, initial jobless claims jumped from 209,000 to 231,000, with weekly claims hovering around the historically low level of 200,000 over the past several weeks, highlighting ongoing low-hire conditions in the U.S. labor market. The 4-week average ticked up by 6,000 to 212,000, with the number of individuals currently receiving unemployment benefits increasing by 25,000 to 1.84 million. That marked the 4th consecutive week in which recurring claims remained below 1.9 million. According to global outplacement firm Challenger, Gray & Christmas, U.S.-based employers announced more than 108,000 planned job cuts in January. That's the highest level since October and the biggest January tally since 2009. And now, Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts is investigating car repossessions. That's according to a Senate Banking Committee spokesperson. U.S. repos are at the highest level since the Great Recession. That's as Americans struggle with expensive car payments. Warren's probe is looking into potentially illegal or mistaken repossessions. And still to come, the U.S. and Iran will hold talks tomorrow in Oman. What President Trump is saying is the two nations remain at odds. And Taiwan's president says the island's ties with the United States are rock solid. He makes the comment after President Trump and the Chinese regime leader spoke by phone. Stay tuned for more after the break.
That truly matters for each and every one of us. This is what you've been waiting for. See it at least once in your lifetime. Shenyun. Get tickets now at shenyun.com. According to ancient Chinese medicine, purslane is considered a medicinal herb and is used to help lower cholesterol, improve vascular functions, and prevent diabetes. Perilla seeds can nourish the lungs and spleen. It is used to treat asthma and improve pulmonary functions. Puritang green vegetable omega-3 is made from purslane and perilla seeds from Hwangmae Mountain in South Korea. It contains over 90% of omega-3, 6, 7, and 9. The highest concentration possible without chemical additives. The soft gel is made of natural seaweed. It is 100% organic and vegan. Both adults and children can take it with peace of mind. Ancient recipes were passed down from heaven to bring prosperity and longevity. Puritang green vegetable omega-3.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, please listen closely. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. It's a rate lock for your life insurance that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. Many policies you see don't have one, but you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. This plan was designed for people on a fixed income with coverage options that start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. Your rate is locked in for life. Coverage can never be canceled, and your acceptance is guaranteed. You cannot be turned down because of your health. See for yourself. Call for an information kit and gift. Both are free with no obligation.
Call 1-800-624-6556 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-624-6556. 1-800-624-6556. Call now.
In times of uncertainty, technology for humanity matters more than ever. Ganjing World utilizes technologies to promote kindness, respect, and trust among people. Subscribe to GJW Plus. Enjoy over 10,000 movies and shows. Ganjing Kids, the #1 safe platform, value-based learning and fun for kids. Be part of technology for humanity. Subscribe now.
I'm Paul Graney. This is World Watch. The White House has confirmed that talks with Iran are set for tomorrow. The meeting in Oman comes amid heightened tensions over Iran's nuclear program and the U.S. buildup in the region. A White House official told the Epoch Times the meeting was rescheduled after Arab leaders urged the Trump administration not to pull out of talks. Washington and Tehran remain at odds over the scope of negotiations. The U.S. has insisted on Tehran's missile arsenal being part of the discussion, while Iran's leadership has vowed only to discuss its nuclear program. Speaking to ABC, President Trump said Iran's supreme leader should be, in his words, very worried. He said if the U.S. hadn't taken out Iran's nuclear facilities last year, they would have produced a nuclear weapon within a month. And now France today said its Navy seized more than 4 tons of cocaine in French Polynesia and intercepted another boat carrying the drug in the Caribbean. This came as the U.S. and other countries step up their fight against drug trafficking. Local officials in French Polynesia said the seizure occurred on Monday, with the Navy vessel acting on intelligence from French and New Zealand customs. It stopped a boat flagged for suspicion, and the Navy found 174 packages of cocaine on board. Paris has been pushing for a European Union sanctions regime to tackle the issue. And now snow and freezing rain hit Berlin's airport this morning, causing airlines to delay or cancel multiple departing flights. The airport said on its website in the morning that no takeoffs were taking place due to the weather conditions. It asked passengers to check the status of their flights with the airlines, with flight departures resuming later this morning. Snow and freezing rain fell during the night and in the morning in eastern Germany, also causing disruptions on roads for rail and traffic. And now Taiwan says its ties with the United States are rock solid. President Lai Ching-te made the comment today, hours after President Trump and Communist leader Xi Jinping spoke by phone. One of the topics included the self-rule island's future. Xi asked Trump to be prudent about supplying arms to Taiwan. That's according to China's foreign ministry. The State Department in December announced its largest ever arms sale package to Taiwan. The deal, valued at more than $11 billion, includes missiles, artillery systems, and drones.
Taiwan has always paid close attention to the interactions between China and the United States, and there are excellent communication channels between Taiwan and the United States. This dialogue between the leaders of China and the United States maintained 4 unchanged policies in the trilateral relationship between the U.S., China, and Taiwan.
And Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company is set to produce some of the world's most advanced AI semiconductors in Japan. The company plans to make 3-nanometer chips that are currently under construction factory, but the chips is set to power AI applications, robotics, and autonomous driving technologies. The move, seen as a boost for Japan's chip-making ambitions, it comes ahead of a general election, with Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi calling the project significant for economic security. Now, TSMC began mass production of less advanced chips at another Japanese factory back in 2024. The company also expanding here in the US, including new facilities in Arizona to meet rising global AI demand. And now federal authorities are investigating a suspected biolab at a home in Las Vegas. The owner is a Chinese national who's currently in custody. He was arrested 3 years ago for running an unlicensed biolab in California, where officials found about 1,000 mice engineered to carry COVID-19. NTD's Juliet Song has more.
Investigations are underway over a suspected biolab found inside a Las Vegas home. SWAT teams and the FBI swooped in on Saturday. Within a locked garage, they found refrigerators and vials with unknown substances. A local sheriff says the materials could be biological or hazardous. Those materials have been transferred to an FBI lab for testing. Investigators say there is no threat to the public. The property manager of the home has been taken into custody. The owner of the home, Jia Beizhu, is already in federal custody. He was arrested after officials discovered an illegal biolab he operated in California. There, authorities discovered 1,000 mice whose DNA has been engineered to catch and carry the COVID-19 virus. Officials also uncovered at least 20 potentially infectious agents, including HIV, tuberculosis, and the deadliest known form of malaria. Zhu has been charged with making misbranded medical devices. His attorney says he has no involvement in any alleged biolab tied to the Las Vegas investigation. He's also wanted in Canada for stealing millions of dollars worth of intellectual property from U.S. companies. He's scheduled for trial in April in the California case. Juliet Song, NTD News.
And some new information is coming in about an alleged illegal biolab in Las Vegas. The property's former cleaning employee says multiple people who spent time inside the home fell ill. That's according to newly released court documents. Now, police say the cleaner reported seeing lab-style equipment, chemical containers, and refrigerators locked inside a garage, along with a strong hospital-like odor. She told investigators that she and a handyman became, quote, deathly ill. She said days after entering the space, they were suffering breathing problems, fatigue, and muscle aches. The cleaner also said several guests and residents got sick, including one person hospitalized with severe respiratory breathing issues. And in Kyiv's sub-zero winter, heating systems crippled by Russian strikes are leaving thousands of homes cold. Working in basements across the city, 66-year-old plumber Volodymyr Vasilev is one of the people racing to keep families warm. We have the details.
In a winter colder than any Ukraine has faced for years, 66-year-old plumber Volodymyr Vasilyev descends into the basements of Kyiv's battered Soviet-era apartment blocks. Burst pipes and the constant hiss of a blowtorch. This has become his routine, as crews scramble to restore heat to a city repeatedly plunged into darkness.
You
just have to do it as quickly as possible because there are people there, and that's it. I don't feel that I'm doing anything extraordinary. The guys here are just doing their job calmly. Well, not calm in every way. They mostly mention that shorty, I mean Putin, and that's it. They're all normal, adequate guys who know why they're here.
Russia's renewed strikes have hammered Ukraine's energy grid. They have knocked out power and heating for hours at a time across the capital. And it all comes with temperatures dropping way below freezing. While Ukrainian negotiators meet their Russian counterparts in Abu Dhabi in their latest attempt to end the war, people like Vasilyev are fighting their own battle. He's among nearly 250 railway workers drafted from around the country to help Kyiv restore basic services. Together, they've repaired heating or water in around 160 buildings. When his shift ends, he heads home, greeted by his wife Svetlana, as she prepares a meal. Vasilyev says there's no point negotiating with Putin, and no hope that the Russian people will ever stand up to him. Polling suggests most Ukrainians share that resolve, with 65% saying they are ready to endure fighting as long as necessary.
It's just that the Russians make people angrier. How should I feel? Putin left the whole city without heating, water, or electricity. There are maternity hospitals, children, and old people who can take care of themselves and need care. And I'm supposed to forgive that? Should I just give up and say, well, that's it? So many people have already died. Am I supposed to forgive them all?
Inside the buildings where Basilia works, residents ask only one thing. When will the heat return?
How do the people feel? A grandma comes over and asks us if we want a shot of vodka, then tries to give us some money. Do you understand? No one has ever sworn at us. They say, guys, thank you, but when? The only question is when it will be warm. And then this grandmother surprised me most of all. Her son is fighting in the war, yet here she is with the money.
Some interesting insights. Coming up, America's 250th birthday celebrations will feature at this year's Super Bowl what the America 250 Commission has in store.
I was a young dad of 3 amazing kids. I was finally following my dreams. Just when you feel like life is starting to come together, you get kind of hit in the face. I was born with a congenital heart defect and had open heart surgery as a kid. I was supposed to go to the heart doctor once a year, and I finally went. He listened to my heart, and I'll never forget, he sat back and he said, yeah, it's time for open heart surgery. Or you risk your aorta rupturing, and that's it. I was scared out of my mind. The night before my open heart surgery, I made a goodbye video for my kids. Be strong. Take care of your mom. I love you guys.
Seeing, all the kids hug him goodbye and hoping that they were going to be able to hug him again.
I love you. But I did make it, thanks to the work of the American Heart Association. So that's why I'm asking you to join me. Please call now or go to helpheart.org. For only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you can help get the next person trained in CPR, get the next hospital certified in high-quality cardiovascular care, as well as fund the next medical breakthrough like these heart valves that helped save my life. When you give $19 a month with your credit card, we'll send you this special t-shirt to show you're a part of our community of monthly donors.
I'm most grateful that I get to have a husband that I get to grow old with and a husband that gets to be there for his children.
I believe without the American Heart Association, I would not be here today. If this can happen to me, it can happen to you, it can happen to anybody. Your donation can literally help save a life. Please call the number on your screen or go to helpheart.org now to become a monthly donor.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella!
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Welcome back. I'm Paul Graney. The Justice Department has announced an arrest in Minneapolis. Officials say the suspect is a self-identified anti-ICE terrorist. Kyle Wagner of Minneapolis was arrested on federal threat and cyber stalking charges. He's expected to appear in court today. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said The suspect has conspired to threaten, assault, kill, and dox federal officers. The DOJ said that Wagner used Facebook and Instagram to urge followers to confront and assault federal officers. In one video, officials say Wagner directly threatened ICE, saying agents were coming under attack. In later posts, he called for continued harassment and urged people to physically confront officers. He also encouraged supporters to, quote, hunt ICE agents. Authorities say the suspect promoted the unmasking of ICE agents and framed the situation as a war that he was prepared to die for. Attorney General Pam Bondi called the suspect an Antifa domestic terrorist, adding, quote, if you come for law enforcement, the Trump administration will come for you. We'll keep you updated. And now Vice President J.D. Vance arrived in Milan with his family today ahead of the Winter Olympics opening ceremony. Vance greeted U.S. athletes, offering some words of encouragement.
Democrat, Republican, Independent, we're all rooting for you and we're cheering for you, and we know you're going to make us proud. So thank you all, and hope you guys have fun.
Now Vance is leading a delegation that includes his wife Usha Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and several former Olympic champions. The Vice President is scheduled to attend the opening ceremony of Milano Cortina Winter Games tomorrow. After Italy, Vance is set to head to Armenia and Azerbaijan, with President Trump tapping the VP to build on a peace deal aimed at ending 4 decades of conflict between the two nations. And now Italy has foiled a series of cyber attacks targeting some of its foreign ministry offices. The country's foreign minister said the attacks targeted a Washington, D.C. office, Winter Olympics websites, and hotels in Cortina. Talking to reporters during a trip to Washington yesterday, the foreign minister said that Russian hackers were behind the attempted attacks. He declined to provide additional details, though. Italian authorities ramping up security as global leaders are set to attend the Olympics opening ceremony tomorrow. Ahead of the opening ceremony, the Winter Olympics were already underway yesterday with the first curling matches in Cortina. And now, winning Olympic figure skating gold takes more than perfect jumps. It's a blend of precision, emotion, and magic. Team USA skaters Amber Glenn and Jason Brown unpack what defines a gold medal performance on the world's biggest stage. Take a listen.
What makes a gold medal performance is heart, when you can feel that emotion from that athlete, and fight and grit.
Sometimes the gold medal performance isn't what wins gold. There's a feeling to it, a excitement, and in the scoring system, that's not always what wins. And it is a technical sport, but there is a lightness to that Olympic champion.
I think so often we think about Olympic performances, or we dream about the ease of an Olympic performance. Someone going out there and it's just like they make it look effortless, and like every movement was flawless and no hair out of place. And like at the end of the day, it's about fighting, it's about grit, it's about performing. It's like all of it wrapped into one, and never giving up from the time you start to finish.
And now, a new wireless sensor system aims to give ski jumping coaches more immediate data on technique. Switzerland's national team tests whether it can sharpen training feedback and keep their athletes airborne for longer. Here are the details.
The system is being developed at ETH Zurich. Dr. Christoph Leitner is the project's lead researcher.
We are really eager to understand and see what the sensor data will show, particularly when the athlete arrives at the jumping table. You know, this is a very short period of time, it's like 300 milliseconds, but getting a shot and the detail into the center of mass, for example, will definitely bring more information, not only for us engineers, but also for the coaches, and eventually, hopefully, for the athlete, having the coach as a filter to optimize their technique.
As this Swiss junior skier jumps, the sensors on his boots, goggles, and legs measure his takeoff force and center of gravity while in flight. The system's machine learning model also gives immediate feedback to the athlete through a vibration motor in their boot, accelerating motor learning and enhancing jump quality. The data could help coaches pinpoint areas where an athlete needs to adjust their posture and dynamics, ultimately improving their takeoff efficiency, a key factor in securing competitive success.
For the future, I see a hyper-connected athlete. An athlete that has basically sensors everywhere, tiny nodes that are super efficient and that capture the complexity of movement. And I hope to contribute with this system for the development of the ski jumpers of Swiss ski, and hopefully for other alpine sports or even summer sports. I can imagine to apply the sensors for running, swimming, any kinds of sports.
And now, while there's been a lot of attention on the halftime show, this year's Super Bowl will also celebrate America's 250th birthday. The America 250 Commission has partnered with the NFL to weave elements of the celebration throughout the event.
It was a great way to get the word out about America 250. So we were featured on the footballs, featured on the coin toss. So here it is here, America 250 on the heads, NFL logo as the tails. We're stenciled on the sidelines. Our flag was rolled out on the field along with the American flag. And we have lots more planned for the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl week kicked off in San Francisco on Tuesday with the Super Bowl experience opening to fans. During the event, fans could enter an America 250 Airstream and record their own American story. On the 4th of July, the organization will bury a time capsule for 250 years that'll include various items from the 60th Super Bowl. America 250 chair Rosie Rios said Americans can expect several events leading up to Independence Day, or as she put it, we're rolling up into July 4th with America's ultimate block party. Sounds like fun. And now not everyone is looking forward to the Super Bowl this Sunday. Some fans are getting excited for this year's Puppy Bowl instead. Team Fluff and Team Ruff will feature a brand new roster of cute pups to take part in some pre-football action. This year, the Puppy Bowl will also feature a halftime showdown between older dogs, Team Oldies and Team Goldies. A reminder that senior dogs deserve love and adoption as well. Puppy Bowl 2022 will feature 150 dogs from 72 shelters across the U.S., Puerto Rico, and the British Virgin Islands. Again, sounds like fun. Now, if you have any feedback on the show, maybe you have some news tips for us, send us an email, news.today@ntd.com. We'd love to hear from you. We'll cover more news right after this break.
I trod on my glasses yesterday, and I had to pay up front for a new pair that I can't even pick up for another 10 days. So I looked for another way, and I found Select Specs. I ordered online. My new glasses just arrived this morning, and I can pay over the next few weeks. This is the way to buy glasses.
See now, pay later with Select Specs. Next day delivery and deferred payment options only at selectspecs.com.
Mathis Home is your destination for the biggest selection of living room furniture. And for power reclining sofas, nobody has a better selection. Here's a top seller, covered in a rich saddle brown leather. And the power mechanism reclines all the way to the 0G position. A sharply tailored leather sofa like this one should cost way more. But at Mathis Home, it's just $19.98. One of hundreds ready to test drive. Hurry into the Presidential Savings Event going on now at Mathis Home.
Food. It fuels our bodies, nourishes our spirits, and brings us together. Because we all need nutritious food to thrive.
Food gives me energy and it also helps me focus.
But not everyone knows where their next meal is coming from. And 1 in 7 people in America face hunger. It's tougher than ever for too many of us. But the simple truth is, ending hunger is possible, and it starts with you. Call or go online to helpfeedingamerica.org and give $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, to help families in your community facing hunger. Feeding America works from coast to coast with partner food banks, food pantries, and meal programs. Your monthly gift delivers food where it's needed most. puts fresh food on the table, and helps kids have healthy meals all year round, even when school is out.
You can see the difference with the kids when they're full. Food is everything.
Please call the number on your screen or go online to helpfeedingamerica.org. Give $19 a month. Your first gift can double an impact. And we'll send you this free canvas grocery bag as a reminder of how you're helping to end hunger for good.
When it comes down to it, it's about taking care of your family first and the loved ones that you need to provide for.
Food donations help me tremendously, and I'm very grateful for the food bank. I have hope.
The simple truth is, ending hunger in America is possible. You can help make it happen. The need is urgent. Call or go online now to helpfeedingamerica.org, and your gift can double in impact.
Welcome to NTD News Today. Here are today's top stories. Russia and Ukraine have exchanged 157 prisoners of war each following peace talks today in Abu Dhabi. That's as the US and Russia agree to re-establish military-to-military dialogue. President Trump attends the National Prayer Breakfast, touching on a wide range of topics. We have the key takeaways. Federal authorities are joining the search for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. Her daughter, NBC anchor Savannah Guthrie, has uploaded a video addressed to anyone holding her mother captive. New Jersey Democrats head to the polls for a special primary election. Voters will pick from a crowded field to fill the House seat left open by Governor Mikey Sherrill. Vice President J.D. Vance arrives in Milan ahead of the Olympics opening ceremony. He offers words of encouragement to American athletes.
This is NTD News Today, live from our global headquarters in New York City.
Today is Thursday, February 5th. I'm Victoria White. The Justice Department announced an arrest in Minneapolis today. Officials say the suspect is a self-identified anti-ICE terrorist. Kyle Wagner of Minneapolis was arrested on federal threat and cyber-stalking charges. He's expected to appear in court today. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said the suspect conspired to threaten, assault, kill, and dox federal officers. The DOJ said Wagner used Facebook and Instagram to urge followers to confront and assault federal officers. In one video, officials say Wagner directly threatened ICE, saying agents were coming under attack. In later posts, he called for continued harassment and urged people to physically confront officers. He also encouraged supporters to, quote, hunt ICE agents. Authorities say the suspect promoted the unmasking of ICE agents and framed the situation as a war that he was prepared to die for. Attorney General Pam Bondi called the suspect an Antifa domestic terrorist, adding, quote, if you come for law enforcement, the Trump administration will come for you. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff provided an update from peace talks in Abu Dhabi today. He said delegations from the US, Ukraine and Russia have agreed to a prisoner exchange involving 314 individuals. Russia's defense ministry released a short video showing a group of uniformed men getting on a bus. Ukraine's President Zelensky shared on social media that Ukraine secured the release of 157 people held by Russia, including soldiers, officers and civilians. Most had been in captivity since 2022. Zelensky said it's the first exchange in 5 months, and Witkoff said talks will continue, with further progress expected in the coming weeks. Meanwhile, Zelensky addressed the ongoing human cost of the conflict. He reported that 55,000 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed since the start of the Russian invasion.
We agreed that the next meeting will take place in the near future. Regarding the nature of the conversation and what was discussed, they talked about everything. The negotiators consider the information very sensitive and want to come and brief me in detail. We discussed energy cooperation. There are things that can strengthen both our countries. In particular, this concerns the development of our energy networks in Ukraine and Poland. There are projects we must implement. We expect productive joint work.
Also at the talks in Abu Dhabi today, the US made progress in improving relations with Russia. The two countries agreed to re-establish direct military-to-military dialogue. The American side says the new channel will provide consistent contact as the parties continue working toward peace in Ukraine. High-level military communication was suspended in 2021. At the time, relations between Moscow and Washington grew increasingly strained ahead of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Also today, the last remaining nuclear arms control treaty between the US and Russia is expiring. This ends legally binding limits on the world's two largest nuclear arsenals for the first time in decades. The treaty came into force in 2011 and was extended for 5 years in 2021. It's not yet clear if Washington and Moscow used today's talks to extend the treaty again. The search for NBC anchor Savannah Guthrie's 84-year-old mother continues. The family now speaking directly to whoever may be holding Nancy Guthrie. Here's the latest.
Today's Show co-anchor Savannah Guthrie posted a video message yesterday addressing anyone who might be holding her elderly mother.
Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. Our mom is our heart and our home. She is 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile.
Nancy Guthrie disappeared from her Arizona home several days ago. In the message posted to Instagram, the NBC co-host spoke to the potential captors directly.
As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk.
Savannah, who appeared with her brother and sister, said the family had heard media reports of a ransom note, but said it was an age in which such material can be faked.
We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please, reach out to us.
The siblings spoke directly to their missing mother, calling her their beacon.
Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you. Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you.
President Trump said he spoke with Savannah Guthrie yesterday. In a Truth Social post, the president said he's directing all federal law enforcement to be at the family's and local police department's disposal. Nancy Guthrie was last seen on January 31st when she was dropped off at her home by relatives after having dinner with them. Authorities say she was reported missing the following afternoon. Police have cordoned off her home. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos told CBS that Nancy Guthrie could not have walked away from her home and that he believed she was abducted. He told reporters this was not dementia-related and that the elderly Guthrie is as sharp as a tack. He noted Guthrie had limited mobility and she was taking medication daily. As of now, no suspect has been identified.
An Arizona Department of Public Safety helicopter crashed last night, killing both the pilot and a trooper on board. The aircraft went down as it was assisting officers responding to an active shooter. The names of the trooper and pilot have not been released. The FAA said the helicopter crashed near Flagstaff. The agency said it would assist the National Transportation Safety Board in the crash investigation. The air rescue unit is trained for various missions, including mountain and water rescues. The Flagstaff Police Department said the suspect in the shooting suffered non-fatal gunshot wounds and was taken into custody. No one else was injured. President Trump attended the National Prayer Breakfast today. The annual event focused on faith and fellowship across political lines. It's been attended by every president since Dwight D. Eisenhower, and Trump says he's been here just about every time and joked he didn't have the courage to turn it down.
And last time I came, I got in at 4 a.m. They said, "Sir, you're going to be speaking at 7." I said, "Really? Oh, that's wonderful." I said, "Where?" "National Prayer Breakfast." I said, "I'll be there. I'm afraid not to be. I need all the help I can get." Because last time I was having a lot of fun. We had a big crowd. We had 60,000 people, and I'm talking about the fact that I will never make it to heaven. I will never, ever. And I was being funny. I was trying to be, you can't be sarcastic with them because they write your words, and they don't. The people who are reading the words are much different. But I said, I'm never going to make it to heaven. I just don't think I qualify. I don't think there's a thing I can do. All of these good things I'm doing, including for religion. Religion's back now hotter than ever before.
Trump also brought up voter ID, saying the issue polls very high among Democrats too, but that leaders don't want to approve it. The president touted his administration's success on investment and energy and defended Kristi Noem amid calls for her firing.
Yesterday, I did the Super Bowl interview. "Sir, are you going to relieve Kristi Noem of her duties?" "No." "Oh." I said, "Why would I do that? We have the strongest border in the history of our country. We have the best crime numbers we've ever had, going back to the year 1900, that's 125 years. So we're having tremendous success. We have more investment being made in our country now than any country has ever had by many times. You go back 10 years, a certain country, not us, $3 trillion. We have in 11 months, because the 12th month is coming out next week, we have $18 trillion of investment coming in. The biggest ever was 3 many years ago. And one of the reasons for it is Secretaries Doug Burgum and Doug Collins. They are drilling like, my whole thing was drill, baby, drill. Where are they sitting?
Trump also said religion is coming back to the United States. The president mentioned that in 2025, more Bibles were sold in the US than at any time in the last 100 years. Trump announced that the Department of Education is officially issuing its new guidance to protect the right to prayer in public schools. New Jersey Democrats head to the polls today for a special primary election. Voters will pick from a crowded field to fill the House seat left by Governor Mikey Sherrill. Sherrill stepped down from representing New Jersey's 11th district after she won the governor's race last year. Among the leading Democrats seeking the nomination is former Representative Tom Milanowski. He lost a bid for re-election in another district in 2022. New Jersey Democratic Senator Andy Kim has endorsed him. Essex County Commissioner Brendan Gill is running as well. Gill has the endorsement of former Governor Phil Murphy after managing Murphy's first campaign for governor. Tahisha Way is also in the race. Way served as Lieutenant Governor and Secretary of State for 2 terms under Murphy until last month. And in the Republican race, Randolph Mayor Joe Hathaway is running unopposed. The special general election is set for April 16th. Former Vice President Kamala Harris has announced a new online organizing effort. It's called Headquarters. She says it'll go beyond campaign season. Harris is relaunching her Kamala HQ accounts on X and TikTok and rebranding them as Headquarters. The group People for the American Way is partnering for the project. Organizers say they plan to expand to other social media platforms. And a look now at immigrant enforcement. President Trump has signaled that immigration officials are adapting their techniques amid heightened tensions. NTD's Daniel Monahan has more on that, plus an update from the southern border with DHS Secretary Kristi Noem.
The Trump administration is reducing the number of immigration officers in Minnesota due to increased cooperation with local law enforcement.
Given this increase in unprecedented collaboration, and as a result of the need for less law enforcement officers to do this work in a safer environment, I have announced effective immediately we will draw down 700 people.
Border Czar Tom Homan said it is smarter enforcement, not less. President Trump discussing enforcement operations in Minnesota.
I learned that maybe we can use a little bit of a softer touch, but you still have to be tough. These are criminals. We're dealing with really hard criminals.
Trump says he has called Governor Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Frye and had great conversations with them.
And then I see them ranting and raving out there, literally as though a call wasn't made.
Trump called the shooting deaths of Alex Preddy and Renee Good unfortunate, speaking on NBC News.
He was not an angel, and she was not an angel. You know, you look at some tapes from back, but still, I'm not happy with what happened there. Nobody could be happy, and ICE wasn't happy either.
And the president says they have 5 cities his administration is strongly considering for new enforcement operations, but they prefer to be invited.
We could have Chicago be a safe city, just like D.C. is a safe city, just like all of these places that we've gone to.
The Department of Homeland Security said yesterday 4,000 illegal immigrants, including violent criminals, have been arrested so far in Minnesota under Operation Metro Surge. Recent arrests include criminals convicted of sexual conduct with a minor and domestic assault. President Trump praised DHS Secretary Kristi Noem when asked if she still has his confidence.
Look, she was in charge of the border. The border's closed. We have the best crime numbers that we've had in 125 years. I think she's doing a very good job. Again, public relations. She's not getting credit for the job that she does.
Noem visited the southern border yesterday, saying the Trump administration has delivered the most secure border in American history.
And we did it with the immediate aftermath we were facing from that humanitarian crisis that was created from Joe Biden's open border policies.
Noem says the border is so quiet that sometimes you can even forget how bad it was just a little over a year ago.
During the Biden administration and those open border policies, we saw even the UN declare that the United States and Mexico border was the deadliest land route in the world.
Noem says some counties along the border had to install migrant morgues just to pick up the dead bodies that were passing away.
And while the left tries to tell us many times that it's somehow compassionate to allow that kind of chaos, it isn't. It was dangerous.
The Homeland Security Secretary criticized those against enforcing immigration laws and deporting illegal immigrant criminals, saying, "What about the victims of their crimes?" Daniel Monahan, NTD News.
Now that lawmakers have ended the partial government shutdown, the clock is ticking on DHS funding. Democrats are expected to unveil their official proposals today to reform the agency, while President Trump vows a drawdown of ICE agents in Minnesota. NTD's Melina Weisskopf reports.
On Capitol Hill, lawmakers are at the very beginning stages with regards to how to make changes to ICE policy. But they need to reach a deal by next Friday, and lawmakers already acknowledge that this is not going to be an easy task, just simply because of how sensitive the immigration issue is on both sides of the aisle. Democrats have officially unveiled their demands on paper, and what they put forth on paper so far tracks with everything that we've heard from their side of the aisle verbally. Democrats want agents to no longer wear masks. They want them to show their ID numbers, and they also want to expand judicial warrants and protect sensitive locations.
There are certain places they shouldn't be able to go in: churches, synagogues, schools, election places.
Now, Republicans have said they are open to certain changes that Democrats have put forth, but not all of them. Some sticking points include issues like removal of masks and showing ID, because Republicans, specifically House Speaker Mike Johnson, says that this level of exposure could allow criminals to target ICE agents and their families.
Because unlike your local law enforcement in your hometown, ICE agents are being doxxed and targeted. We have evidence of that. Everybody knows that is happening.
Now, Republicans have also pushed back on Democrats' demand to expand judicial warrants because they say this could create more red tape and bureaucracy and ultimately slow down enforcement efforts. But lawmakers, including Senate Majority Leader John Thune, has already said that they'll likely need more time for negotiations.
I had argued at the time was way too short to allow anything consequential to happen.
Because of slim majorities in both chambers, any one lawmaker could ultimately slow the process. Reporting from Washington, D.C., Melina Weisskopf, NTD News.
President Trump opted not to choose between Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio for the 2028 election. Trump was asked who he would endorse on NBC News.
Well, I don't want to get into this. We have 3 years to go. I don't want to, I have two people that are doing a great job. I don't want to have an argument with, I don't want to use the word fight. It wouldn't be a fight. But look, J.D. is fantastic and Marco is fantastic.
Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos is now holding a media briefing regarding the ongoing Nancy Guthrie case. Let's tune in.
Tragically lost 2 members last night in a helicopter crash up in northern Arizona. So if you keep them in your prayers, Colonel Glover and his team, I'm sure, would greatly appreciate it. Along the same lines, I think you all saw last night, I'm trying to speak up, not yell, because apparently I can talk soft. We saw last night the family, they just hurt, understandably so. And so I really want you to know this entire team here, those behind me, and our community are hurting with you. We really just want Mom back, okay? Right now, we believe Nancy is still out there. We want her home. Our department, the Sheriff's Department, along with all of our partners at the FBI, have been working around the clock. And we just want her home and find a way to get to the bottom of all of this, just as you do. But I have other partners out there who have stepped up, and you've probably noticed them in the last few days, if not the last few hours, and you're going to see more of that. I made a decision to contact our PCRIT team, and those of you not local, that's our Pima Regional Critical Incident Team. It's made up of law enforcement officers from this entire valley. Pasquayaki Police Department, Tucson Police Department, Marana Police Department, Oro Valley Police Department, Pima College Police Department, Tucson International Police Department, Sarita Police Department. There's so many of them, and they are going to help us tremendously. And that's really done because we have so much in front of us still, and we're hoping that, I know the FBI has committed a very large number of men and women to partner with us, work side by side with us. We go do an interview, they're going to be there with us. We're going to go look at some evidence or process evidence, they're going to be right there with us. We're sharing every piece of information, all the data we can to get this thing solved. And it's important that my partners in law enforcement know and understand their roles, because it is very large, complex investigation with a lot of moving parts. And we're at that phase now where sometimes we're waiting, right? We're waiting for analysis. We're waiting for lab reports. But even then, when they come back quickly, for example, some DNA, we rushed what we thought was the best target for DNA. We did a rush through and got some of that back. The results were minimal. I think you all know the blood on the porch. That was one we did. It came back to Nancy.
That's what we know. But there's still more items that have been submitted. We just haven't got them back yet. But in the meantime, we're not just sitting on our haunches waiting. We do have a number of leads coming in, and that's why we brought in the FBI for one, but PCRIT as well, to be able to get out there and handle these leads as they come in as quickly and as expeditiously as we can. And every single lead is looked at, every one of them. And so we're gearing up. You probably have some questions about what you've seen in the last couple of days. I'll gladly answer those at that time. But it really is about getting our partners out there. To be fair, when we went to that scene the first night, Saturday night, it was just us. Since then, the FBI and others have asked, can we go and see it as well? And that's what you've been seeing. But it is a very important case to not just me and my team, but this entire community, all of our law enforcement partners. Suspects. I know there's been a lot out there about suspects, and I want to be very clear. At this time, we have not identified a suspect or a person of interest in this case. We are working our best to do that. But to be clear, we have nobody of interest or any suspects that you would consider a prime suspect. We're just not there. We're not there yet. The timeline, I think we've got it on the board, do we not? This is a timeline that we have been able to develop with some of the things that we've had processed. Various pieces of electronics that we've gathered. And you look at some of this, and I know you're going to say, well, why did it take you so long to get this to us, Sheriff? Well, because one thing, it's got to go out and be processed at different lab sites, and sometimes that stuff comes back to us, and like you, we have questions. And we say, wait a minute, what is this about? What about this? Could it be that? And so it's sent back, or it's sent somewhere else. So, and that's happening with all of the things we see, that process, that review, and that questioning of, all right, what is it we're looking at? So I'll go over it with you. You can see it on the board there, but at about 5:32 p.m., these are approximate times. 5:32 p.m., Nancy travels to her local family's home for dinner and playing games with the family, just visiting. At 9:48 p.m., which is very consistent to what we were told by the family, that Nancy was dropped off at home, and we know that because we have a garage door open at approximately, I can't stress that enough, at approximately 9:48 p.m. At 9:50 p.m., that garage door closes. It is that time we assume that Nancy's home and probably going to bed. Sunday morning, early morning at 1:47 a.m., the doorbell camera disconnects. At 2:12 a.m., software detects a person on a camera, but there's no video available. They had no subscription, and therefore it would rewrite itself. It just kind of loops, right, and covers up. That's what our analysis teams have told us. We're not done with that. We'll do all we can, but that's what it says. So it detects a person on camera. Could that be an animal? I imagine it's possible. We don't know that. We just have no video. But we're not giving up on that. 2:28. Nancy's pacemaker app shows that it was a disconnect from the phone. And at 11:56 a.m., the family checks on Nancy and discovers her missing. And at 12:03 p.m., 911 is called in to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. I believe it's about approximately 10 minutes later, 12 minutes later, our patrol teams arrive. They see the scene, and we start our response with our search and rescue teams and our detectives from homicide and various units. In fact, every unit here, I think somebody questioned, how come there's an ICAC member out here or this member? Everybody in our criminal investigations team is a part of this team and part of this investigative effort. I think with that, let me make sure. Now, I want to clarify some things that I may have already done, but yeah, I've gone over with the blood at the front door, the doorbell camera. It was removed, we know that, but we're not confirming that any cameras were smashed or destroyed around the house. I don't know where that came from, but that's something we're not confirming. The car. The car that was at the home it's just standard investigative practices. It's part of the search warrant scene, court orders. We pull it out of there and do our scene processing with the vehicle. Uber. We did speak to a driver because Nancy, we learned, had been taken the Uber to the family residence, the daughter, for dinner. And we located that driver and spoke with them and got that information. The house, you guys got this, I think, conducting follow-up. I think you said somebody had mentioned that they saw a team out there again last night or yesterday, and that's just, again, what I was talking about before. Our partners wanted a chance to see it and examine things themselves, and more importantly, it's just we're constantly following up on things and go, hey, what about this? So we want to go back and check on some things. Here's the other thing. Someone had mentioned there was forced entry. I have no clue where that comes from. We have been very consistent. We are not discussing that at all, whether it's forced entry or not forced entry. That is something we're just not discussing. So I don't know where anybody got that information. I think I am about done with my piece of this. I'm going to bring up here Heath Yankee, and I think you know him if you haven't been here. John Edwards is the assistant agent in charge with the FBI here at the Tucson office. Heath Yankee is the special agent in charge for the state of Arizona out of Phoenix. And he will come up and speak.
Thank you, Sheriff. Hello, I'm Heath Yankee, the special agent in charge of the FBI's Phoenix Division. First, I want to let the Guthrie family know that our hearts are heavy for them. After seeing your message last night, it is clear that you and your family are in pain. Please know that we are doing everything to bring your mother home. The FBI is now working this case jointly with the Pima County Sheriff's Department, and we're going to start today by announcing a $50,000 reward for information leading to the recovery of Nancy Guthrie and or the arrest and conviction of anyone involved in her disappearance, and this will be the missing persons with the reward that will be going out. The FBI has agents, analysts, and professional staff employees working day and night with our partners at the Sheriff's Department. We have deployed additional intelligence and agents from our Phoenix office. We have brought in our critical incident response group from Quantico, Virginia. Members from our cellular analysis survey team are here, and they continue to collect and process digital information. We are actively reviewing and analyzing information from all digital sources, which includes banks, social media companies, phone companies, and any other organizations where a digital footprint could have been captured. All this information provides data points and helps put the picture together. And we will be in the community continuing to conduct a thorough investigation with our partners. You heard about us out there last night. We will be back out there today. I would ask the media, give our investigators the space to do their jobs while they're out there. Next, regarding the ransom letter. We are aware of a ransom letter that was sent to the local media and then to national outlets. As with every lead, we are taking it seriously. We are in communication with the family, and while we advise and recommend from a law enforcement perspective, any action taken on any ransom is ultimately decided by the family. Thank you to those in the community that have called in tips. For anyone out there that may have information, no matter how small you think it may be, please report it. You can do so by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI or online at tips.fbi.gov. My next message is to those imposters who are trying to take advantage and profit from this situation. We will investigate and ensure you are held accountable for your actions. We have made one arrest related to an imposter ransom demand, and a complaint will be presented to a magistrate judge later today. You will get more on that from the FBI and our U.S. Attorney's Office here in Arizona when it becomes available. To anyone that may be involved, do the right thing. This is an 84-year-old grandma. This is an 84-year-old grandma that needs vital medication for her well-being. You still have the time to do the right thing before this becomes a much worse scenario for you. Please return Nancy home. Thank you.
Do I have a list?
All right, so you want to call them and you want me to call them?
You can call them up.
Okay, so the first person we're going to start with the list is going to be NBC National, Liz Kreutz. Right here.
Can you walk us through that timeline from when you believe, if you look at this here, from 147 to 228, what you think happened there, and what particular software would have detected somebody on camera?
Yeah, I don't. I know we know the software that was there. But I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm just not in the weeds. I know that. Think of your doorbell cameras. Somebody walks up. My wife's. If I walk up, she gets an alert, and it's usually something like that. A person's detected.
So to understand then the following, one, does that mean that it was about a 45-minute span that the suspect or suspects would have been on the property? And then also, does this essentially mean that you cooperated with the tech companies and you can officially say that no surveillance video is available from the home?
We know that the tech company that we sent that camera off to, yes, they've said they've run out of ways to recover any video.
Next person's going to be ABC News, Erica Turtsky.
Yeah. I'm sorry, was what 45 minutes?
Can we say it's about a 45-minute span that somebody would have been on the property then, from 147 to 228?
Yeah, I think those times speak for themselves, and it is about, like I say, those are approximates, so yes. I'm sorry, who was next, did you say?
Erica Turtsky, ABC News.
Hi, Sheriff. Thanks very much. Is there information that you are purposefully withholding because of the active investigation that might be leading you in a particular direction?
You know, this is no different than any criminal investigation that we conduct here. Law enforcement has conducted investigations since 1865 here in Pima County. We're always mindful of what it is that's in front of us and what we should release and can release. There's legal guidelines that guide us, but there's also strategy too. So, you know, I'll leave that for you to determine.
Now that you are having such an injection of manpower from the Pima critical incident team and the FBI, we could slow to bring that in at the outset. Should all of these resources be brought to bear sooner?
I guess that you know, it's Monday morning quarterbacking. I do it all the time, so you have the opportunity to do it for me. I'll take that hit.
CBS News, Jonathan Vigliotti.
Sheriff, over here, has there been any proof of life, and has there been any sign of life?
I'm going to, anything to deal with the ransom notes and that, I would defer to the FBI, but no, to my knowledge, we're still looking for Nancy.
And for my follow-up question, if I can speak with the special agent, what was it about this apparent ransom note that now 3 days on you first haven't been able to validate, and second, it warranted informing the Guthries of its existence?
So the ransom note that was sent out there, obviously every lead in this case we are taking extremely serious.
But not everyone is presented to the family. Why this one?
Because this was the ransom that came in and it had facts associated with a deadline, with a monetary value they were asking for. So at that point...
What were some of those facts, if you can, because there's been a lot of speculation, as you know, if you could set the record straight.
Yeah, the ransom itself, one talked about an Apple Watch and one talked about a floodlight. We're not going to go into specifics. It's very important that we keep this investigation moving forward, and we don't want to put more facts out there that others then can use to try to profit from this.
CNN, next, Ed Lavandera.
Agent, I want to follow up with you real quick on that. There have been, as far as we know, I think 3 ransom notes so far, 1 arrest. Are they all different? Do you think there's different authors behind all of them, or?
So the one that went to the media is the one we were currently investigating and working on. The imposter that I talked about, where an arrest was made early this morning, that there will be more information. We believe there's no evidence to connect this to Nancy's case. It was someone that was trying to profit from it, a total imposter.
And Sheriff, you started off the press conference by saying you believe that Nancy is still out there. Do you have reason to believe that she's still out there alive, or are you fearful of the worst case scenario here, that she won't be found alive?
Well, I'm certainly fearful of that. I think we all are. But it is we operate from a position that until we know she's out there, she's alive, and we're going to continue thinking that way until we find her.
Fox Digital, Mike Reese.
Yeah, sir. Michael Reese from Fox Digital. Sheriff, you said you've identified no suspects. Have you ruled out anyone she was with on Saturday night?
You know, we've talked to so many. I'm sure that my investigators have feelings about this one's clear or this one isn't. But no, I wouldn't say anybody's ruled out yet, because what if I rule you out and then later I learn something else? No.
So my follow-up, you mentioned that you don't know where the reporting of a forced entry came from. Do we know how whoever did this got into her house?
That I would not discuss with you anyway.
Fox News, Paul Morrow.
Question for Agent Edwards, if I may. Agent Edwards, will the Bureau be submitting the DNA for investigative genealogical investigation relative to maybe hitting a relative, somebody, if you will?
I would say the DNA aspect of this case is being handled by the Pima County Sheriff's Department right now. However, should we get to that point, yes, that would be an option for the FBI to assist.
And a quick follow-up. Does the ransom note that you're working establish any communication protocols in it?
No, it does not. And that is what I think is important, that if someone has Nancy and is demanding the ransom, that there is communication with the family. We talked about has been no proof of life, and there was no other demands within that letter. So they're still waiting for communication.
ABC affiliate, Ashley Holden.
Right here, Ashley Holden. When you say the doorbell camera was disconnected, do you believe that camera was taken?
We do not have it in our possession. We've not located it.
And then a follow-up. I know that we've been hearing a lot about ransom notes. We were also hearing in that video that was put out by the Guthrie siblings, and I don't know if this is a question for the FBI or yourself, but the challenges of seeing an image and knowing that it's real. Could one of you address that? Has the family received correspondence, any images, videos?
So we're not going to go into facts regarding this part of the investigation. I think part of that message was, with AI these days, you can make videos that appear to be very real. So we can't just take a video and trust that is a proof of life these days, because of the advancements in AI and trying to actually get a proof of life that we can verify. But we're not going to go into anything the family may or may not have received.
KOLD, Catherine Patterson.
So in regards to a timeline on that ransom note, is that being an impact in your investigation? Are we nearing that timeline?
I'm sorry, one more time.
So in regards to the timeline in the ransom note, are we nearing that timeline? And is that playing a part in the investigation?
We're not going to go again into specifics of that part of the investigation with the ransom note, other than what we've put out there. We've been transparent. We're talking about we are working that ransom demand, but we don't want to go anything further than that could impact any opportunities. So thank you.
Is there any additional physical evidence at the crime scene other than the technology that you guys are using for this timeline? Is there anything else that's helping you guys other than really the technology?
Well, I think I said on day one is that it's technology that's going to really help us solve this case. But no, I mean, you know, we did do a process of that scene for biological evidence, so we're still hopeful that maybe something will show up there as well.
Arizona Republic, Richard Relas.
Agent Yankee?
Yes.
We saw on the scene, I believe it was you, taking a tripod into the home of the sister. How involved was the FBI, if at all, in creating the video? Any advice for the family?
I would say we use our expertise and provide consultation and advice anytime a family would ask for our advice in a kidnapping. It's ultimately the family's decision of what they put out and any messages they put out. But we were, obviously, you're all documenting every move we make. We were there last night in talking with the family. But every decision is theirs.
Right, that was a tripod on a ring light. And Sheriff Allen, you said the blood was found on the porch and on the front stoop. Just wanted to verify that.
I say porch, front stoop. It's all in that same general area by the front door.
Front of the house.
Front door, yes.
What, given her medical condition and the fact that it was her blood, as you say, what would her medical condition do with her recovery if she indeed bled out or was bleeding when she left the house?
Well, again, I've got to be careful for HIPAA, but I would say this. We know she is in need of medication, daily medication. And we also know that this is day 4 or 5 and still we don't know that she's getting her medication. That could in itself prove fatal.
And for the,
No, that'll be that question. For K-Gun News, we have Craig Smith or Athena.
I'll get that for you. I'll get it.
Craig?
K-Gun, Athena.
Oh, okay.
Have you been in communication with anyone who you believe could be the kidnapper?
You know, it goes back to what we talked about. Nobody's eliminated, but we just really don't have enough to say, this is our suspect, this is our guy, we know, or our gal. We just don't know that. And it's really kind of reckless to report that someone is a suspect when they could very well be a victim. It just, I bring to you, to the media, I plead with you to be careful of what it is we put out there, because we don't have anybody here listed as a suspect, and you could actually be doing some damage to the case, but you can do some damage to that individual too. Social media is kind of an ugly world sometimes.
And how far out have you expanded your search, you say?
You know, I would tell you this, look, nothing's off the table. If we get a lead that there's somebody, hey, you've got this over here or over here, we're going. And that will expand and expand and expand. I think the FBI, with their billboards, they're now planning to put those up at every state around here, at all of our neighboring states. So, we use you, the national media, the FBI with their national outreach, to affect that for us. But as far as the actual investigation, naturally the scene is the primary, and we just keep spreading it out as we get more and more leads.
Court TV, Cody Thomas.
Hi, Sheriff. Actually, my question is for Agent Yankee. You know, we saw Savannah Guthrie and her sibling family put out that video last night on Instagram addressing, the tragedy that this is, but also addressing the ransom letter saying they're ready to talk. My question is, did the FBI or any other agency help them craft that message to put out on social media?
Like I said to the previous question, we have an expertise when it comes to kidnappings. And when families want advice, consultation, expertise, we will provide that. But the ultimate decisions on what they say and how they put that out rests with the family itself.
And as far as suspects, I know we haven't identified one, but what type of suspect or suspects do we think we're dealing with here?
At this time, like the sheriff has said, there is no primary suspect identified, so it could run the gamut. So.
KPNX, Troy Hayden.
Are you actively investigating the son-in-law in this case? I know there were reports earlier this week, and you refuted that. You said you haven't eliminated everybody. Have you eliminated him or come close to it, or are you actively looking at him?
We're actively looking at everybody we come across in this case. Everybody. We would be irresponsible if we didn't talk to everybody. The Uber driver, the gardener, the pool person, whoever, everybody. it's so cliche, but everybody's still a suspect in our eyes. That's just how we look at things and think as cops. Does that mean we have a prime suspect? No, and the family's been very cooperative. They've done everything we've asked of them, and we want that relationship to continue. And sometimes people can be mean out there, and that can really harm us and harm our efforts.
Did you find blood anywhere else in the home besides the porch?
The only DNA evidence we've got back is on the porch. We prioritize things and we rush things, and those items we put out to a lab to rush it. And even then it's 2, 3, 4 days. The other items could take 10 days, 20 days, but we saw the importance of that blood. It came back to Nancy.
So it was only there, it wasn't anywhere else in the house?
I don't know that. We processed the house for biological evidence, and we've not gotten anything back.
Newsmax, Sarah Williamson.
Hi there. My question is just piggybacking off our colleagues here about how far this search has gone. When it comes to doorbell cameras, you say technology plays a critical role in this. Have you been actively door knocking the neighbours and businesses and collecting those doorbell cameras? And is there anything that has come up there? And how far is that?
I can't tell you whether things have come up or not, but we have door-to-door. I think we're still doing door-to-door, not just in that neighborhood, but other neighborhoods. Just as leads come in and take us somewhere, we're going to do those things.
Okay, and just to follow up as well in regards to the video that was released by Nancy Guthrie's children last night, just to clarify, that was not coordinated with any law enforcement beforehand, and that you hadn't seen that video before it was released?
The FBI is handling all things with the ransom.
I think the answer was yes, we were there. The media was there. We can help coordinate, provide that consultation, but that is the family's decision of what they film and what they put out.
Fox 10, Justin Liu.
Agent Yankee, this one's for you. Following up on that video that was released yesterday, it said, ultimately any further action is decided on by the family. Since then, have they expressed any more interest in more efforts to try and get in contact with who is behind the ransom letter? And do you have a crisis or any sort of hostage negotiator with your team for that type of situation if it moves forward?
So the two parts to that question I think it's pretty clear. The family wants to be contacted. They know time is of the essence. And if those that may have Nancy are watching this, the family is ready to talk, get proof of life, because there has been no contact after that ransom note went to the media. For your second question, yes, we have crisis negotiators. That is part of our team here locally, along with the personnel we brought in from Quantico, and they will be part of it. But we're not going to go beyond that of any specifics.
Sure. Now, taking down the crime scene perimeter after Monday's investigation and really opening access to that property to everyone else, was that something you would do differently looking back, knowing that federal authorities also conducted a search yesterday? Would you have kept that perimeter up, knowing that?
Monday morning quarterback, I probably would have, but I'll say this. We processed the scene. We got what we thought was complete. My team did that. I have to have all the faith and trust in their abilities and their skills, and I think they went through that pretty well. But because another agency now steps in and wants to assist, we're just like with you, we're an open book. Absolutely. How can we help? One of the things people don't see, I heard your question about, and we left and then others could walk up. When we process a scene and we're done, we return that scene to in this case, the homeowners, the family. And we don't just go march back in there. We call the family again and get permissions to go back to the home. So, yeah, there's, again, Monday morning quarterback, absolutely. I probably could have held off on that. We knew that the FBI, we've worked with them before in a lot of cases, and we felt like they could be of help in this with particularly the forensic analysis we use in a number of things. But at the start of this thing, we weren't sure what we had, and as the day progressed, we realized that there could be more to this, and we started in that remember, it was a search and rescue mission the first few hours, and we transitioned that over to a criminal investigation. With that, brought in our partners from the FBI and others.
Have you heard from
Univision, Claudia Ramos. Univision, Claudia
I was
Ramos.
actually going to ask about that. We saw the message yesterday.
Are you next?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Following up on that, we saw the message from the president yesterday. Have you personally received any communication from him or
No, and I wouldn't expect that. He too is a busy man, right? And I would say this: we thank him for him opening up his entire law enforcement team, as was put out yesterday, and we know, I know my local reporters here know we've always worked well with all of our partners in law enforcement. Maybe it's something unique to Southern Arizona, and the rest of the country doesn't see that, but this isn't new for us. We've done this. Gabby Giffords, I headed up that investigation many years ago, and we worked side by side. Could not have got things done if we weren't with the FBI on that.
And just the other question, this being a border state, have you guys had any communication with Mexican authorities?
I have not. I work closely with the Mexican consulate, as other consulates, being the sheriff, but no, I've not heard from them.
Arizona, Univision, Madrid.
Hi, Sheriff. My question is, do you know, it's a two-part question, do you know what medication Nancy uses? And have you checked the local pharmacies and pharmacies around the state where they bought, per se, this medication to keep her alive, to keep her healthy, while we still look for her?
So we do know what medications, and we have contacted pharmacies. Probably need to go back to just make sure that they didn't. Maybe we contacted them early on. I know that night, Saturday night, Sunday morning. I know we were doing all the hospital checks, and that check was continuous every hour, going back out. And physically in person, deputies were going to each local area hospital and asking them to check their logs.
My second question here is, I know you're looking for her in Pima County. Are you looking for her across the state now? And if so, if there's particular areas that you're focusing on right now?
Well, we're looking for her everywhere, right? The FBI just made an arrest on a tip that we got that we thought there could be something here. It's statewide. The billboards are going to be out there across the country. We take leads from everywhere, and where those leads take us, we'll get there.
MS Now, Alex Talbot.
Agent Yankee, do you have any reason to believe that Nancy Guthrie may be being held outside of the country? Is that something that you ruled out at this point?
We don't have any of that information. We haven't ruled anything out. Like the sheriff said, we will follow the facts wherever they take us, whether it is outside of the state of Arizona or over the border. We will follow the facts and go there, but we have no indication anything over the Mexican border.
And you mentioned on the ransom note there were details about the Apple Watch and the floodlight.
Yep.
The ransom notes that were sent out to TMZ, KGUN, and KOLD, are they all the same ransom note? Do they contain the same details in each of those individual ransom notes?
The ones that I am tracking and aware of were the same that went to TMZ also.
News Nation, Brian Enton.
Agent Yankee, sorry.
Yes.
When did the first ransom note arrive? And the reason I ask is because the Apple Watch has been in the news and on social media, and you could see like floodlights on video. So was it before those things were out in the world?
I don't have the specific time frame as I sit here today of what time it came in, but that you are right. Anyone could see a floodlight hanging down, could have seen some of those things. The watch has been talked about, so that timing is tricky, but that's why we're taking it serious no matter what and following the leads on that. But I don't have the time frame that the first note came in as I sit here today. Thank you.
And my follow-up is for the sheriff. In the house, were there any signs that someone tried to clean up or maybe destroy evidence?
I can't talk about the crime scene, so I'll give you another shot, another question.
My other question is, I heard the agent say that it was a joint investigation now. At the other press conference, the FBI said they were assisting. Is it joint now? I mean, are both agencies in charge now?
Look, there's no ego here. We in this part of the country, we'll take anybody's help. It's not about, it's not about who's in charge. From day one, when we contacted the FBI, they were that gracious to say, whatever you need. And so that's really it. And they're great partners, just as my other local law enforcement brethren. I didn't even have to ask. That's what's really amazing. I haven't had to call anybody. They've called me. Sheriff, what do you need?
Arizona's family, Brianna Whitney.
Sheriff, I know you had the crime scene process. You said you went back out there. Your partners wanted to see it. But you guys were actively taking out evidence yesterday. Was there something you missed the first time, or did you get a new piece of information that led you to believe you needed to go back out and take more than you had that first day?
You know, I know that we get information that will come, and this is just any crime scene that we look at. We may go out to a crime scene and think we've got it all, go analyze the evidence, and something comes back and says, hey, did you check this? We're not going to just say, oops, and not go. Absolutely. In this instance, it really was the FBI just wanted to go, hey, can we take a look at it?
Are you worried about that being contaminated at all because there was people in that?
You know, I'll let the courts worry about that. We will certainly be open to the courts of anything that's been removed from that house, and we follow the rules of laws. We get court orders and go back and reapply for another warrant if need be. All of those things we're very careful of.
Arizona Public Media, Lynn Boyd.
Lynn Boyd over here. In that news release yesterday, there was a report of a trespasser. Has the Guthrie family dealt with any incidents, threats, whether it was trespassing, social media threats, anything of that nature?
I am not aware of any of that. I know that we, as with any case, again, we would look at all of the background of calls to those families or their residents and see if there's anything there, or even in that neighborhood. Those things have been looked at. I don't know of anything that was reported in even the last 30 days or 60 days. Nobody's come to me and said, hey, next door you had a burglary.
Follow-up for the neighborhood where Nancy's home is. Can you give any more details on that trespassing incident?
I don't have them.
Telemundo, Jesus Gonzalez.
It's for the FBI. I just have a question. Can we confirm if the FBI director is coming for the investigation?
Yes, Director Patel is being briefed several times a day on this investigation back in D.C. He does have a trip scheduled to Tucson that was pre-scheduled before this, but he is receiving consistent and constant updates from our team here.
He's coming today?
He is not coming today.
And before you go to the next one, I know you may have had a follow-up question, but I think I overstepped you. So if you wanted to ask, I'll give you that opportunity. Thank you, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you. At what point do you deem the ransom note not credible if there is no communication that follows up since you received it? Like, what's that timeline where you say, no proof of life, there's no more, this isn't credible?
I think we start to look at what the deadlines were in the note. First, I think, was 5 o'clock today, and then it had a second deadline after that. So we are continuing. In a normal kidnapping case, there would be contact by now, trying to discuss that. But those are the time frames we are looking at as we move forward.
Are you able to say that second deadline that was given?
I don't have that with me right now. So thank you.
Sorry about that, Brandon. Entertainment Tonight.